Very good morning to you, all delegations. I'd like to start with discussion on agenda item 3.4 on the status of collection of assess contribution, including member states in area in the payments of their contribution to an extent that would justify the invoking of Article 7 of the Constitution. The report by the Secretariat is contained in document A70/41. This document includes a draft resolution and also proposed for adoption by the Assembly, which can be found in paragraph 14 in document 70/41. I have been advised by the Secretariat that the foreign countries have made payment as of today. Perhaps you may take note in your paper. I will read out the foreign names of the countries, member states, who have made payments. There are 9 countries: Afghanistan, Guinea, Laos, PDR, Lebanon, Lesotho, Malawi, Sierra Leone, Tonga, and Uganda. I repeat slowly again: Afghanistan, Guinea, Laos, Lebanon, Lesotho, Malawi, Sierra Leone, Tonga, and Uganda. They should therefore be deleted in the list of countries. They should be deleted in the list of countries that are subject to Article 7 of the Constitution. I also note there's additional member states. Tim, you have the floor, sir. Okay. Okay, come to the.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, in fact, there were 2 more. I mean, we had some. It's a constantly changing situation, and we had some brief discussion yesterday with the Secretary. I just wanted to confirm to the committee that also Burundi and El Salvador have also made payments, so they should also be deleted from the list. And just to confirm that, of course, there are a number of other member states who have made payments since this document was issued. However, the ones that are being read out here by the Chair are those which are directly concerned by the resolution, and therefore that's why it's important to note these particular member states. Thank you.
Thank you, Comptroller. So we have 11, including Burundi and El Salvador. Dr. Han, ADG, should we have more frequent DG elections so that member states? I think there is a causal link between the payment of arrears and the season, the election seasons. So I think there's a direct causal link. This is very objective evidence-based. They should be therefore deleted in the list of countries that are subject to Article 7 of the Constitution. The floor is open for comments, discussion. I think it is quite straightforward. I see no comments. I shall now give the floor to the Secretary to respond. No, okay. Let's consider the draft resolution. Please go to page 3 of A70/41 on paragraph 14. I would suggest that the committee assign the Secretariat to revise the draft resolution, which will delete the name of member states that I have read 9 member states, including Burundi and El Salvador, from the text in A20/41. If there is no further comment, the amendment of the draft resolution will be included in our report to the Health Assembly. That concludes our discussion on agenda item 3.4. As yesterday we have discussed, we will resume our discussion, our consideration on agenda item 3.2 on proposed program budget 2018-2019. To look at the revised draft resolution contained in document A20/7 at 1 left 1. I'd like to make sure that every member state, including committee and non-committee member, have the document. If you don't have, it is in that corner on my right-hand side at the back of the room. It is in every 6 UN language. And it was distributed electronically last night, and the print copy is available now. I invite comment from the floor. I recognize France. You have the floor, sir.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we're happy with this text. We have no objections for it to be a recommendation by the committee to the Executive Board.
Thank you, Franz. I recognize New Zealand. You have the floor, sir.
That was quick. We are very generally happy with all of this. I think there are a few friendly amendments that could be made that would improve the understanding of it. But I share the Chair's concern that we don't necessarily wish to do this to create a drafting group ad hoc in this room at this point in time or after. I do think we're likely to have to do this at some point, however, and we have some minor editorial suggestions. The largest being in paragraph 11.3, where we would be keen to talk about activities that should be discontinued rather than programs and activities. But other than that, they really are editorial.
New Zealand, to be specific, we are now on 11.3. Microphone, please.
11.3, yes.
So delete program, and so it will read, including detail of activities that should be discontinued.
Yeah, and that is broad enough to include programs without specifically targeting programs.
So that is a very minor. Sweden, you have the floor, Madam.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Very much along the lines of the previous speakers, we are happy to go along with this draft resolution, this new revised proposal, and I'm sure that we could also find some minor, ways to amend, but we will refrain from that. We are happy to go along with this, but we can also live with the proposal from New Zealand. So hoping we can go forward with it. Thank you.
Although members of the committee did not request, I asked Thailand. I ask every member state who are the committee member, be prepared from here to there. Thailand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have no objection to the draft resolution, and we also support amendment from New Zealand. Thank you.
Dominican Republic, you have the floor, sir. Followed by Congo.
We agree with the draft resolution. We agree with it.
DR Congo.
Nous n'avons pas d'objection.
We have no objections, Chair.
Thank you. I now invite Kuwait, followed by Jordan. I may skip to Bhutan. Bhutan, you have the floor, sir, and followed by China.
Mr. Chair, we have no objections to the resolution. We support this.
China, you have the floor, sir. Please. Maybe it was raining outside, and the electronic Dr. Han, your IT. You talked about IT yesterday. It's a good proof. China, please come to that. There was a speaker component. Thank you. And this is a good proof of our IT. Can I go back to Kuwait? You have the floor, sir. Thank you. Jordan.
Jordan agrees on the draft.
Thank you. I now invite further comments. I see USA. You have the floor, madam.
No. Yes. And yes. Somehow ours works, but yes, and thank you. We support the New Zealand amendment as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I see a consensus support. I see Finland. You have the floor.
Thank you. I highly appreciate the efforts of Spain and the sense and purpose behind these proposals. There is one where we do have a question that perhaps the Secretariat could enlighten on the impact of the wording, and this is the fourth one from the beginning, conscious on the necessity to prioritize and so forth. It says that on those programs that have the greatest impact on public health, as agreed by member states. We were wondering how this relates to those areas of work where the the measurable public health impact might not be so great, but where WHO, in fact, is one of the only actors in the world that are perhaps neglected areas that are very significant for some countries, but not to all countries, and where we could perhaps say that the WHO has the greatest additional value in doing those. Some of the examples could be like neglected tropical diseases, child medicine, orphan medicine, and areas such as that, where the importance of the work that WHO does is in the fact that nobody else is working on them. Thank you.
Thank you, Finland. Thank you for your good comment on PP3. Further comments? Yes, you have the floor, madam.
Thank you. And I think we'd like to support that idea that Finland's put forward. I don't know whether there's specific language that Finland would like to propose. I could propose something, but so maybe Finland would like to offer a suggestion.
Thank you. The paragraph could be amended if we add after greatest impact on public health a few words, namely, or where WHO has a significant comparative advantage. Thank you.
Thank you for this specific friendly amendment, and that clarify no one else is doing. Therefore, we fill the gaps. And at the same time, at the end of this PP3, as agreed by member states, also as an opportunity to spell out what is and what is not. Thank you very much. If there is no further comments from the floor, I'd like to suggest that we will have brief. Oh, is that? Invite Czech Republic. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As yesterday, I'm speaking on behalf of a group of countries. Having heard this fruitful discussion today, and after arriving at what seems to be a consensual draft resolution that paves the way to a continued consolidation and streamlining of WHO finances, our group of countries will not block the proposal to increase TSS contributions by 3%. This agreement, however, does not prejudge our position for any future budgetary discussions. On the contrary, we are convinced that the likely decision of WHO 70 to increase TSS contributions this year is a bit premature and will severely limit the ability of the new DG to obtain any further budget increases to finance his or her new priorities and plans. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment of also yesterday's text. I recognize that. If there is no further comment, I would suggest the committee to recommend to the WHO to adopt in consensus of the draft resolution as amended by Finland on PP3. And the amendment would read that have the greatest impact on public health, comma, or where the WHO has significant comparative advantage. And the second amendment was introduced by New Zealand. It's on OP 11.3. Second line, we strike out programs and. So it would read including details of the activities that should be discontinued. So it become a 70/7 add 1 ref 2. And the committee will recommend the Assembly to adopt this resolution. And I hope this will have a major impact on the work of Program Budget 3.2 next Wednesday. And I hope there is no any further difficulty because it was discussed by the PBAC and also non-PBAC members. So that is the chair proposals. I invite comment if there's any further comment of this recommendations by the committee. I see no objection. It is decided. Thank you. We shall now take agenda 3.8, report of the external auditor, which is provided in annex to document A70/43. I now have a pleasure to invite Director, Office of the External Auditor, to present this committee the report of the external auditor to the 70 WHA. Mr. Martin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Your Excellencies, good morning. In behalf of the Chairperson, Michael G. Aguinaldo, the Commission on Audit of the Republic of the Philippines, I am honored to present the report of the External Auditor on the financial operations of the World Health Organization for financial year 2016. This is the first year of our new audit mandate as your External Auditor. We are required under the financial regulations to issue a report on the results of our audit of the financial statements and make recommendations with respect to the management and operations of the organization. To carry out our mandate, we have audited the 2016 financial statements of the organization in accordance with international standards on auditing. We also conducted a review of management controls in various offices in line with ISA 265, which defines the auditor's responsibility to communicate appropriately with those charged with governance and management, deficiencies in internal control that the auditor has identified in the audit of financial statements. We reviewed critical business processes in NMH Cluster, IMP, and the Regional Office for Africa, its inter-country support team for Southern Africa, and its 5 country offices, Uganda, Zimbabwe, Central African Republic, Benin, and Mozambique. We also reviewed the information technology governance, procurement strategy delivery, and risk management of the organization. We likewise audited the financial statements of 5 non-consolidated entities, namely UNAIDS, ICC, IARC, UNITAID, and the Staff Health Insurance Fund. Separate reports were issued to the governing bodies of these entities. These year's results of audit are presented in 2 sections: Financial Matters section starting on page 15, and Governance Matters section starting on page 22 of the report. Under Financial Matters are issues pertaining to audit of financial statements, expenditures, staff dependency claims, direct financial cooperation and direct implementation, and full IPSAS reporting of property, plant, and equipment. The Governance Matters section includes the results of our review of management controls, managing information technology, managing the WHO procurement strategy, and managing risk. The highlight of the audit of the WHO accounts and its financial transactions for 2016 is the issuance of an unmodified opinion on the IPSAS-based financial statements. We provide you an independent assurance that the financial statements of the organizations are presented fairly in all material respect. The significant accounting policies were applied on a consistent basis, and the transactions that we have tested as part of our audit in all significant respects complied with the financial regulations and legislative authority. We reported, however, other financial concerns which need to be addressed by management to further improve recording and reporting of financial transactions and ensure the fair presentation of the financial statements in the next reporting period. We highlight the following audit recommendations: evaluation of existing inventory control mechanism on valuation and reporting, followed by the development of a global policy for supply chain and inventory management. Second is the reinforcement of the requirements for data update and entitlement application for staff claims dependency entitlements to ensure accuracy of information as basis for the payment of claims. Third, strengthening of supervisory control for direct implementation and direct financial cooperation implementation and reporting to further reduce overdue reports. Fourth is the timely closure, settlement of trouble transactions to minimize impact on the affected accounts in the financial statements, and the implementation of the new processes and improved controls in handling trouble advance recovery. On the property, plant, and equipment, we recommended for management to ensure compliance with IPSAS after the end of the transitional provision under IPSAS 17. With regards to our mandate to make observations and recommendations with respect to the management and operations of the organization, we provided value-adding recommendations that were co-developed with management. On management controls, as we recognize the issuance of the first statement of internal control, we noted control gaps in offices we visited. Hence, we recommended that the WHO leverage on its existing internal control framework and policy to further the effectiveness of monitoring the embedded management controls across operational processes and maximize the value offered by its internal governance mechanism for internal control through closer guidance to ensure a high level of assurance on the statement of internal control signed by the Director General, which is appended to the financial statements. On our review of the management of information technology governance by the IMT, we provided the following recommendations: development of a concrete and formal information technology strategic plan, establishment of an IT board with clear roles and responsibility, and IT performance management framework. We also recommended to ensure that the project management office be a responsibility for all major projects or initiatives of the IMT to guarantee a more streamlined and authoritative delivery of the mandated function. We also recommended for the formalization of the control frameworks on the critical processes of IMT management and its alignment with risk identification activities. On the management of procurement strategy being implemented with corporate procurement and policy coordination, we recommended the following measures: enhancement of the plan for implementation and execution of the WHO's procurement strategy to minimize the gap between planned versus actual activities. Focus on the delivery of the procurement planning component of the strategy through the prioritization of related policy formulation and the timely execution of planned procurement activities. We also recommended for the crafting of the emergency procurement policy framework, including related standard operating procedures to support the organization's emergency response in its procurement strategy. On the implementation of audit recommendations from prior year's audit, we commend management and recognize their efforts in implementing 36 out of the 41 recommendations, or 88%. Annex A on page 40 of the report provided the details of implementation. At this point, we'd like to thank management for demonstrating to the external auditor their support and commitment of leveraging on the opportunities that we have raised to improve operational efficiency and effectiveness, and acknowledge the value of the recommendations made during the audits. We look forward for the implementation of the audit recommendations and continued support and collaborations in future audits. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. On behalf of the Commission on Audit, Republic of Philippines, as the external auditors, I invite comment from the floor. Also, to break the ice, if you look at A70/43, Annex A, it reports the status of implementation of the external audit recommendations from the prior years. In particular, focus on 2015, with reference to A66/34, 67/45, A68/41, and A69/50. If you count by your eye, almost vast majority of the recommendations were implemented. Very few, extremely few items were in progress. Item 1 in progress, and item 36 on page 46, it is still in progress. Target dates of implementation by December 2017. And finally, item 40 in progress and target implementation next few months in July 2017. So this is in addition to what the external auditor has reported in the report. I recognize USA.
Thank you, and good morning, and thanks to the external auditor for an insightful and very comprehensive report. Your work is essential to the smooth functioning of the organization, and so we appreciate all of the recommendations and all of the work jointly with the Secretariat with regards to your recommendations. And we are pleased at the high implementation rate by WHO and taking forward the auditor recommendations from the previous year. I think I'll just comment on one of the recommendations, which is the recommendation for the Secretariat to craft an emergency procurement policy framework related to the existing standard operating procedures in WHO's procurement strategy. Given the I think it's estimated 88 million in emergency procurement in WHO in 2016. We look forward to WHO implementing the report's recommendation on that. Thank you.
Thank you. What US refer to is on page 12, paragraph V. Craft the emergency procurement policy framework on the standard operating procedure to support the organization emergency response, etc. And also refer to paragraph 148. Any further comments? Netherlands. You have the floor, madam.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, sir, for giving me the floor. We would also like to thank the external auditor for his excellent work. The Netherlands would like to thank the Secretariat for providing us with the external auditor's report. However, we would like to note that it was distributed at the very late moment, and our auditor's department at home had to make a considerable effort for a timely advice, and therefore we would appreciate some earlier distribution in the future. Having said this, the Netherlands welcomes the modified opinion for the financial year ended on 31 December 2016. We took note of the fact that the external auditor issued 23 new recommendations, and we request WHO to start implementation as soon as possible. The Netherlands appreciates that 88% of the audit recommendations from prior year's reports have been implemented, and encourage WHO to expedite implementation of the 3 remaining recommendations. Our audit department also provided us with some details they find of importance apart from the recommendations issued and that we would like to share with you. The verification of details uploaded by WHO staff in the HRM system is lacking. This is worrying because it could have unintentional financial consequences. Furthermore, follow-up on procedures and controls features throughout the report, and it was noted that approval was given only afterwards in the case of procurement at direct financial cooperation. In 2016, an amount of USD 300,000 in travel advances was debited, and this makes us wonder if WHO is in control. As the fixed assets register, the Discovery reports do not connect to the Oracle database, and the question arises how WHO manages its assets. We are pleased that in general the auditor announced positive developments in operational efficiency and effectiveness and less overdue donor reports, however still considerable in number, especially in the African region. Assets and inventory management in the African region need improvements. Our auditors made some remarks on the lack of it, but I understood on IT, but I understood that we will discuss this topic later. We would like to ask the Secretariat to take appropriate action on these issues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, the Netherlands. I now invite UK.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the external auditors for their excellent work. Just a quick one from us. We note the weaknesses identified in the management of direct financial contributions. We regard that as an area where it's essential for donor confidence that financial assurance is of the highest level. So we'd just be grateful if the Secretariat could give us some more information on its plans for addressing the external auditor's recommendations, specifically on the strengthening of supervisory control and intensified follow-up with offices on overdue DFC reports. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Perhaps, I don't know, Dr. Han or Comptroller is prepared to respond, management respond in a later phase. Then I further solicit comment from the floor. So there are 2 specific questions from the Netherlands and UK on DFC, audio of DFC. I invite Comptroller. Yes, sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for the questions. I also want to acknowledge also the work of the external auditor is very valuable for the organization. In terms of the DFC, yes, we have made huge progress in terms of following up on outstanding reports, improving the procedures for establishing the DFC in the first place, the budgeting for the DFC, the deliverables, the timelines. But yes, also there are still quite a number of outstanding reports, and you may recall yesterday that in her interventions, the RD Afro in fact acknowledged that there was still more progress to be made in that area, despite the fact that great work has been done. You'd also queried about fixed assets, and again, I would refer, I think that was the second of the 2 areas that RD Afro yesterday acknowledged. There was still a bit more work to do, but I can assure Member States that there has been intensive follow-up in terms of fixed asset recording. We have a few further aspects to resolve before we can declare victory, as it were, in terms of our IPSAS recording of fixed assets. And the whole benefit of IPSAS recording of fixed assets is that it has led to substantive real improvements in the organization's ability to track and manage and value fixed assets across the organization. So, I mean, that has been of great benefit to us, and measures are in place to ensure that all the remaining assets are properly recorded by the end of the year. Yeah, there were a couple of observations, I think, on travel advances, just to assure member states that the procedures in place are working very well now. There was some old cleanup that had to be done, where there were some accounting issues to resolve, and those are now all fully resolved. I think, Chair, were there any other questions that you felt I should respond to?
Question by Netherlands: how you plan to respond to the external auditors on 23 recommendation in 2016. Actually, Mr. Martin, your report, it is not 23, it is A to W. Perhaps in the future you may use alphabet rather than numeric rather than alphabet, because management response will have to stick to your CD and W. It's too complex and have to count. And thanks Netherlands that you count 23. I count the same. A to W is 23 items. So management response, please. How do you plan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The process we have in place is a very comprehensive tracking of all audit recommendations. We have a common website which is used across the organisation. So all of the regional offices, the Global Service Centre, and then the concerned departments, including my own department in finance, but then the other departments. There was some mention of HR verifications that we needed to improve upon. All of the recommendations are then assigned through this database to the responsible focal points. My department coordinates the follow-up then to make sure that responses are given, and then we have interactions with the auditors at their next visit, where we present to them what we have done, and they assess whether or not we have done enough to close the recommendation. So there is a very rigorous process already in place, and well supported by the Directors of Administration and Finance in the regional offices and my colleagues in the Global Service Centre, as well as other departments heads.
ADG.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nick has covered most of it, but I mean there was one from a comment by the US about the emergency procurement framework, and it's a very relevant. But I'm pleased to inform the committee that we are working on this one and making good progress. So there will be an emergency procurement policy framework and standard operating procedures that will be finalized very shortly, and then we would be able to close this recommendation. So the procurement unit in WHO, as well as with the health emergency program, is working very closely to establish this. So we're making good progress. We also took note what Netherlands said about the HR, human resources, and we are actually making progress. We have very recently installed a new system called Stellis for recruitments, and this is one, can I say, building blocks in how to improve the overall recruitment system that would help with the workforce planning, which is a high priority for the organization, since we, as you know, our I would say greatest asset is our staff, and that we maintain good recruitment. So we're making progress in that area too. On the travel, it has been a concern, and we have appreciated both the external auditors as well as the internal auditors have highlighted this as an issue. Therefore, in 2016, we undertook a review internally, which ended up with some recommendations to the Director General, who then took a decision to have some changes in the travel policy, which will strengthen the controls and also have a better monitoring on the travel costs. So that travel policy was a new travel, or the revised travel policy, I would say, was approved by the Director General earlier this year, which we will see both having an effect of better compliance, but also making some cost savings, both on the travel cost as well as the per diem cost. Thank you.
Thank you. Based on the Commission on Audit by Republic of the Philippines as external auditors and the report in 2016, I would say the committee was assured that the organization is a healthy organization. We take note that 40 to 41 recommendations by the external auditors in 2015 were almost taken or implemented, except a very few ongoing. And we take note that there are 23 further recommendations for 2016, and the management has responded or in the process of responding to a number of recommendations, either in 2015 or 16. So that is the summary of our discussion. I would suggest that the Secretariat to include in our report an appropriate draft resolution recommending the Assembly to accept the report of the external auditors. If there is no any objection of this conclusion, we conclude the discussion on this agenda item 3.8. We now move to agenda 3.9 on report of the internal audit, which contained in document A70/44. The committee also has before document A70/56, which provide an update on action being taken by the Secretariat to ensure full implementation of the external and internal audit recommendations. It also includes an overview of the outcome of the investigation to which reference is made in the report of the internal auditors for calendar year 2016. I shall first invite the Director of Internal Oversight Service, IOS, to introduce the report. Mr. Webb, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, PPAC members and distinguished delegates. As the Chair mentioned, the document before you, A70/44, summarizes the work of the Office during the calendar year 2016 as required by Financial Rule 12. In the interest of time, I will briefly introduce the report by updating the information presented in it and attempting to respond to questions raised by the committee yesterday. To begin, I'm pleased to report that during 2016, there were no scope limitations placed on the work of the Office, and we have continued our coordination with the external auditor and the Office of Internal Oversight and Evaluation Services of the Pan American Health Organization. A draft version of this report was also shared with the IOAC members for their review and comment during the April 2017 meeting. In relation to staffing, I would like to inform Member States that the strengthening of the staff of the Office continues with the selection of 2 additional, a P4 and a P3 investigator. Additionally, the vacant coordinator audit post has recently been filled through internal promotion. Turning to the results of the 2016 audits. The findings from our various types of audits are detailed in paragraph 17 through 37. And as previously advised, the Office has adopted a revised 4-tier rating system for its overall conclusions on audits, namely satisfactory, partially satisfactory with some improvement required, partially satisfactory with major improvement required, and finally unsatisfactory. As stated in paragraph 61, I'm pleased to report that the trend in the overall conclusions on operating effectiveness of internal controls at the country offices showed significant improvement during 2016, with 100% of our audits concluding either satisfactory or partially satisfactory ratings. This was around 75% in the prior year. Similarly, the conclusions on operating effectiveness of global cross-cutting areas, or at the regional office, also showed similar improvements, where 100% of the audit missions were considered to be partly satisfactory. In relation to the comments on the staff health insurance yesterday, I would like to point out that paragraph 25 of the report provides a summary of the significant findings arising from our audit report issued earlier in the year. Now turning to investigations. Paragraphs 38 through 54 deal with the significant investigations which were undertaken during 2016, and for which 14 investigation reports or memorandum were issued, and a further 58 reports of allegation or suspected misconduct handled by the office were closed for various reasons. The actual amount of fraud confirmed in the 2016 investigations amounts to just over $100,000, most of which is related to entitlement or duty travel fraud. In relation to management's actions subsequently taken, I draw Member States' attention to the references in our paragraphs, for example, IR 2116/1 in paragraph 42, which serves as a cross-reference to the related management decision on the outcome of the investigation in paragraph 36 of document A7056. So we've provided the linkage between our investigation report and management's actions. In relation to the questions on progress with open older cases, since the beginning of the year, further efforts have been focused on clearing the backlog of cases, 12 of which have been closed in the interim, while 8 of the 26 newly reported cases in 2017 have also been closed. In relation to the referral of matters from the Integrity Hotline, so far we've received 7 such reports. 2 are closed, 2 are in the preliminary review stage, 2 are under initial assessment, and 1 is under investigation currently. As part of our continuous improvement program, we have initiated the conduct of an independent external assessment of the investigation function to review our processes for best practices and compliance with of our investigative function with the Uniform Guidelines for Investigation. We are also seeking the review's input on the appropriateness of the level of the available resources for the function. The report, which is expected to be completed early in the third quarter, will be shared with the Director General and the IOAC. In response to Member States' requests for more clarity on issues of concern arising from the work of the Office, in paragraph 59 and Annex 4, we have included an updated summary of the meta-analysis of our assessment of operating effectiveness of internal controls for the main operational risks during our routine country work in the period 2013-2016. Figure 1 provides an indicator of our findings in 2016, suggesting that disparities in compliance effectiveness in the major process areas confirm that while progress has been made, as reflected in the high level of internal control ineffectiveness, important weaknesses in the internal control environment at country offices persist. Regarding these recurring operational risks, it is anticipated that the initiatives at the regional office level, which the regional directors commented on yesterday, and the maturity of the internal control self-assessment, the highlight and focus on risk management, and an effective role of the compliance units in the regions, strengthening the second line of defense, should improve or provide more improvement in the systematic addressing of internal controls ineffectiveness. However, we repeat our concern raised in prior reports that for internal control effectiveness to be successfully achieved, the first-line supervisory controls need to be strengthened, or what I've referred to as the tone in the middle. And that is generally accepted that these matters should be part of the performance assessment of the transaction approvers, and that sanctions are required to be taken in cases of consistent non-compliance. In the interim, IOS's role will be to continue to provide reasonable assurance that the control weaknesses are identified and that these have not been exploited to the extent that they jeopardize the achievement of the strategic objectives. In this context, in response to Member States' requests regarding the Office's coverage of the major risks facing the organization, we have introduced in this report a mapping of our audit work to the WHO's principal risks, and that you will find in Annex 5. Now turning to an update on the implementation of audit recommendations. We have received further correspondence on 9 audits, and I'm pleased to report that we've closed a further 3 major audits. This reflects the discussion raised as well on the External Auditor's report. Notably, 14944 on direct financial cooperation, 14958, global audit of travel, and 15995, the WIMPRESS system. So this reflects the improvements that, as the controller has mentioned, have been made in the policy and the central environment. The findings in the country office level still reflect that these have yet to be bedded down in lower levels of the organization. Of the audits where we have received updates and report continued progress implementation, and I'll just give you the numbers: 15986, 15996, 161021, 161024, 161071, and 161022. More importantly, in relation to our method of reporting on the status of outstanding recommendations, the annual report suggests that there's about 3.7% of open recommendations at the time of the report. This has been reduced now, with the updates I've just given you, to around 1%. Bearing in mind that 5 years ago this figure was closer to 30%, I think it reflects the progress the Secretariat has made. In summary, progress in the timely implementation of recommendations reflects the focused attention to target implementation of audit closure, and action continues to be taken to address open items. However, we're pleased with the progress that is being made. I would like to conclude by reminding Member States that access to our IOS internal audit reports can be provided to representatives of Member States via IOS's secure data room, simply contacting my office, and we'll be able to put that in place. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. I now open the floor for discussion. Mr. Webb, your last statement that a specific case is open for review in a data security room, right?
Yes, we have a secure facility which some member states routinely have accessed, where we can publish or make available our audit reports for member states to consult online.
I recognize UK. You have the process.
Thank you, Chairman. Just picking up on that point, the UK does find that online access to audit reports very useful, so thank you for that. So it's just a specific question. I think the Secretariat mentioned a figure of $100,000 subject to fraud across the organisation. It would just be helpful to get a measure of how much of that is successfully recovered by, or has been successfully recovered by the Secretariat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, UK. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you.
Chair, and good morning. We would like to thank the internal auditor for this very informative report. Just one question about it. We were interested to read about the challenges mentioned with regard to country offices that are operating in conflict areas or in protected crisis, as for example outlined in the report in paras 28 and 29. And we fully understand that these country offices are operating in extremely difficult and challenging environments, and that they cannot be measured and live up to the same standards as others. However, we would be interested to know if there are special minimum standards or guidelines set out by headquarters in coordination with regional offices for the operation of these country offices, just to give the staff also the necessary guidance while operating. And as a second point, I want to mention that we share the concern that was mentioned by the Netherlands and the UK with regard to DFC, as this is also highlighted in the report of the internal auditor. And we would like to thank the Secretariat for the update on this issue that is very important for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany, for specific question on paragraph 28, 29. I invite USA. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, and thank the internal auditor for this report. We, as with the external auditor report, both of these came out quite late, so we're still looking at it. I was just asking my colleague if he knew what Elm Pressed is, and I don't know how many people around the room might know what that is, but on page 18, it is the highest, most significant area of expenditures, At any rate, and some ineffectiveness in the mix there. So I think the reports need to have some page for definitions, perhaps, in the future. I did give some guidance for some specific questions that I'll walk through here. So we were able to look at this in quick order. We encourage the Secretariat to quickly implement the recommendations from the 2016 audits and to address the internal control weaknesses identified. We note the high level of control ineffectiveness in country audits in the areas of direct financial cooperation, procurement of goods and services, fixed assets, and travel. So we would like to know the steps the Secretary is taking to improve internal controls and effectiveness in these areas, especially since procurement of goods and services and direct financial cooperation had high levels of control and effectiveness in last year's report as well. We are pleased that only 3.7% of outstanding open recommendations are considered past due. There are open audit recommendations still in progress from audits performed in 2012, 2013, and 2014. Just a question in terms of implementation of previous audit recommendations being done in a timely manner. So one specific question regarding the investigations in 2016, we note the report discusses a case of reported retaliation, but insufficient evidence to substantiate the allegation. However, the chart on page 13 does not note the report of retaliation in 2016. And so could the Secretariat clarify why there is a discrepancy between the chart and the case summary? And last, we appreciate the detail with regards to investigation cases. We did note with concern the majority of fraud cases involved in internal control weaknesses and travel management. And it was unclear whether WHO is making an effort to recover funds lost due to this fraud. And I will stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, US. I invite Netherlands. You have the floor. Madam.
Thank you, sir, for giving me the floor. The Netherlands thanks the internal auditor for his excellent report. Internal audit is an important function in organizations, and we have noted with appreciation that the plan to strengthen the audit capacity of the office was completed in 2015, and that in 2016 some positions were filled to complete the team, and we were happy that the office was able to cover all its expenses in 2016. We noticed, as Germany, we noticed with concern that the audit found that the overall operational effectiveness of internal controls in finance and administration areas in South Sudan country office were unsatisfactory, and we are curious as to the response to the Germany's questions. We noted with concern the increase in the number of complaints in 2015 and 2016. We think it's important that sufficient means for investigations are available, and we wonder how come that there are so many more complaints in 2015 and 2016 than in 2014. We already discussed the issue and the unfunded deficit. So I would like to conclude by asking the Secretariat to mitigate the risk for fraud in the new online system for claim submissions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I now invite Dia Congo. You have the floor, sir.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I too would like to congratulate the internal auditor for the quality of this report as well as the external. In all audit activity, the implementation of recommendations is absolutely vital when it comes to capacity building. When one carries out recommendations, one performs capacity building automatically. I want to know in what field there's any lack, any gap when it comes to implementation, because most of the recommendations are being implemented. It is said that there are just a few recommendations that's not being implemented, but we need to make an effort to ensure full implementation, because that really helps capacity building. Thank you.
Thank you, DRC. I now invite Sweden. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the presentation. I had several comments, but I will limit my comments to one, actually, and I think the Netherlands touched upon it also. It's about the anti-fraud awareness, and would just like to comment that we think that we notice that there's still a relatively low number of reported cases of fraud, and in an organization like WHO, one could expect actually a higher number, more cases. So as recommended by the Joint Inspection Unit, we look forward to regular updates on fraud prevention and detection and response, and, you know, the package of anti-fraud awareness. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no further comments from the floor. Yesterday, RD of EMRO has highlighted the complexity in his region. I refer to paragraph 28 and 29 of A70/44. It refers to country office in Syria Arab Republic and country office in South Sudan. Both are in complex and emergency operating complex environment. Perhaps we have to, yesterday all the 6 RD has described that within the region there is a complexity and diversification and heterogeneity. And across the 6 WHO region, also a big diversity and heterogeneity. And we should have maintained the integrity of the organization. But one size fits all might not work. Therefore, we have to use our wisdom to what extent we maintain the organization integrity. At the same time, this operating procedure is applicable and feasible and pragmatic in a complex operating situations. I now invite response from the comptroller and also, Mr. Webb. Sorry. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to respond to a couple of questions raised in relation to the report itself, and then I'll let my colleagues at the Secretariat present you more details. The issue of definition is e-impressed, is not L-impressed. It's basically the local country office cash and payment system that's used to disperse funds within the country office context. So it's the main operating system for finance and accounting at the country level. Secondly, the question on the apparent disparity in reported case of retaliation in the report. What we're reporting in Table 1 is the number of reports of concern that have been received by the office during that calendar year. The investigations that are concluded might be from investigation cases or allegations of suspected wrongdoing that were reported in prior years, which explains why the numbers don't tally reported cases compared to the actual completed investigations. In relation to the other question on 3.7%, in my update I said this is now down to 1%, so even further progress. And I'd like to reflect, it's the challenge in implementing recommendations as raised by delegation from DRC is the regions and the countries are doing very well at addressing the recommendations that we're reporting and being resolved. The question still remains, and certain initiatives have been underway to try and address this concern, about how that capacity or that correction gets filtered across the rest of the organization. And steps have been taken at the regional level to look at that. We're also introducing a new system to follow up audit recommendations, allowing the auditee to directly input the response that they're proposing in terms of progress. So that should also facilitate the resolution of recommendations. In relation to the staffing of the investigations function, one of the reasons why we've commissioned this external review is to look at our procedures, make sure we think we're doing the right things and following good practices, but get that external view and also assess and align independently the resources with the scope of work that we're being charged to do. In relation to the reports of fraud, yes, the volume of reported or suspected allegations of fraud have increased by 50% since the prior year. Are these mostly related to entitlement and some procurement fraud? Yes. We're not getting a high number of reports of fraud in implementing partners or in operational areas relating to the technical work. The strengthening of the review processes in establishing DFCs, in working with implementing partners and direct implementation at the country level is helping to address that, accompanied by enhanced assurance mechanisms to monitor that what's being expected to be done is being done in the field. So I think that's the next level of focus, and I'm happy to say we've been working with the regions to do with that. Finally, in relation to the emergency operations procedures. Clearly, in the context of emergency operations, the inherent risk of the operation is higher. And I think management accepts there's a high inherent risk in providing services in those operations. What we have done, based on the report we issued as a consequence, was a follow-up to the Ebola response, is identified a whole series of recommendations to strengthen the internal controls in the emergency space. We're also working with the new program management in their revised SOPs to give comment on where we think and how those procedures are addressing the weaknesses we've identified in the past. So we're trying to work with management to integrate those actions as part of the design of the new procedures. So hopefully, Chair, that addressed the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. Invite Comptroller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just to supplement, because my department has a responsibility to ensure that the financial framework, the policies, the procedures, the systems are adequate to try and mitigate these financial risks, which obviously can be substantial in a highly decentralized environment and one where we're sometimes operating in difficult circumstances. And the WHO staff in the country offices, and ultimately it's the head of the country office, but he's also then supported by finance officer. They have to balance the operational needs with the requirements to respect the proper internal controls. And I mean, just as a context, on Monday, the Assembly, or Committee B, will receive the report of the Oversight Committee for the WHO Emergency Programme. In that report, there are observations that in some cases the organization is perhaps being too bureaucratic in terms of then slowing down our ability to respond. So it's very much a balancing act to make sure that we can identify the risks, mitigate the risks at the appropriate level, but at the same time not put roadblocks in the way of the operational requirements. So there is, as Dr. Chod said, a bit work still going on with the emergency program to look specifically where we can adapt the SOPs in the areas of finance, also procurement, HR, to make sure that that balance between risk and operational needs are met. On the imprest, I just wanted to add a bit more. Yes, I realize it's a bit of a unusual word. I mean, that is a fundamental financial control because it sets the limit as to how much you can spend in the country office, and they can only replenish or fill back the amount of money when they've submitted the returns and expenditures for what has been done. So it's a way for us of controlling country finances. When we implemented the Global Service Center, we actually made an effort to move as much as possible of the larger payments to the service center so that we actually minimize the payments at the country level. Again, where there are emergency situations or where there's mass vaccination campaigns, polio activities, often the amounts of money involved at the country office are still quite substantial. In terms of DFC, yes, I mean, the policy framework is now very strong, robust. That's why we've been able to close the audit, but still we have some countries with outstanding reports. As of May, as of now, we've got about 170 reports which are over 1 year old. In many cases, this is simply because there's been delays in implementation, so that the money hasn't yet been fully spent and therefore can't be reported back. That's concentrated in mostly about 10 countries within the African region. As was mentioned yesterday, there is a very, very vigorous follow-up in terms also now of these program and administrative reviews, and part of that is looking specifically at these priority countries to address where there are still difficulties. I think, yeah, DFC and Imprest were probably the two main focus. Oh, yes, I did want to make a comment on the fraud recoveries, because it was noted yesterday that there are about $100,000 in terms of reported losses, and Sweden, you mentioned, shouldn't there be a higher level of incidence of fraud? I was actually going to comment that the internal audit has reported 32 cases, up from 24 cases, so we are reporting more fraud. I mean, in a way, you might say, why is there more fraud? I think it's a good thing that we are able now to detect the fraud. It's a sign that the internal control systems are now stronger, and so more is being detected. And of course, where it is detected, actions have been taken, and those actions are described in more detail in the A7056 document. where, as David Webb described, you can cross-reference then to the references of the individual cases. Now, where in some cases the staff have left the organization, either they've been dismissed or they chose to leave. And in cases where the staff chose to leave, that has impact on our ability to then recover the funds. Where we can, we recover the funds with the cooperation, of course, of the staff. In cases where third parties are involved, and I can recall one case actually from a previous year, I think it was 2015, where there was misuse of the country bank account, but we were able to pin the blame, as it were, also on the bank and recover funds through the bank itself, who had operated on only a single signatory when it shouldn't have done in that case. We have not recovered anything like that full 100,000, so it's more like about $15,000, which I would say we have recovered to date. In some cases, the efforts continue. In some cases, there are other difficulties which lead to the overall conclusion on the best course of action simply being to separate the staff member. Also, there can be, for example, recovery through the pension fund. You can't recover funds from the staff member's pension entitlement without the permission of the pension fund itself. That's part of the pension fund rules. So we have to respect very carefully what we are and are not allowed to do in accordance with the legal framework. Thank you.
Thank you, Comptroller. But on paragraph 36 of A70/56, it said that the recovery of undue payment were processed from the separation entitlement. Separation entitlement here is the pension or no? Separate. Yes, can you clarify?
For the majority of staff, when they leave the organisation, they would have accrued annual leave. So they've not taken all of their leave entitlement. So that we can take funds from. Also, if they're entitled to a repatriation grant, then we can take funds from that. So those are probably the two main sources. We can ask.
Thank you. If there's no further comment, I would summarize that the committee have reviewed two documents. One is the progress on the implementation of the external internal audit recommendations. And the second document that we have reviewed is the report of internal audits by IOS in 2016 as per the Rule 12 of the Financial Rules on internal audits. And we note progress on the implementation of the internal and external audit recommendations. And we note that the most critical risk is on travel, on some procurement, and on DFC. And that the organization has taken disciplinary approach and also some recovery of the undue payment. And the committee urged that more stringent risk management should be taken and continue to be taken. If this is the case, I invite the committee that on behalf of the EB, we recommend to the Assembly to note the report of the internal audit in 2016. I see no objection. It is so decided, and this concludes our discussion on Agenda 3.9. We shall now move to Agenda 2.4 on Annual Report on evaluation, which contained in document EB 141/7. There will be no introduction of the report. We have this short report of 13 pages, annual report on evaluation contained in document EB 141/7. I invite comment from the floor. I recognize USA. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you very much. And I just note paragraph 2 that says that strengthening evaluation and organizational learning remains one of the critical components of the ongoing reform process. We very much agree with that, appreciate the report, and I think we'll have some things to say at the Assembly, but we just did not have time to really look at this important document in time to make any specific comments here. Really appreciate the work being done. And we'll have comments at the board. Thank you.
Thank you, USA. I'd like to ask Ariel, although you do not request the floor, can you explain a little bit on from evaluation to organizational learning? It is on paragraph 27, 28, on page 7 of document 141/7. What do you mean by from evaluation to a learning organization? Ariel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And first of all, apologies that the report came to you late. I understand it was very much due to the volume of documentation that governing bodies had to deal with. But coming to the question that the Chair has asked, evaluation is about learning. It's about getting findings and making recommendations in order to improve the organization, improve performance. So there's a strong link between evaluation and organizational learning. The office has a specific approach towards that, and that's an approach that's generally being followed by most UN agencies. We go about, do an evaluation, and in the context of WHO, the majority of evaluations we do has gone through the executive board. The executive board approves the work plan, and an evaluation is done. When the evaluation findings and recommendations come, there's a process which we undertake in order to make sure that the finding and the recommendations are being taken forward by management, by the business owners, and also member states are aware of that as well. So, for example, once a report is finished and recommendations are there, we send it off to the Director General, who then shares it with the Assistant Director Generals and the regional directors and the respective directors and the business owners, so that people are aware of what the findings were and what the recommendations were. On top of that, there is a management response to every evaluation, and the management response picks up each of the recommendations and the specific actions that is being proposed, and management responds to that in saying, we accept it, we partially accept it, or we do not accept it. And then there are comments in relation to that, and actions with timelines are then proposed. This management response goes up on the website of the Evaluation Office so that everybody is aware of that. And every year, when we present this annual report to you, we go back and track on organizational learning, on track and see how much of this has been taken forward. But this is very much a mechanistic approach at the moment, but discussions are ongoing with management about looking at recommendations that are coming from a variety of activities that take place. Audit comes up with recommendations, reviews come up with recommendations, bilateral reviews that member states do come up with recommendations, and sometimes these recommendations are similar. So there's discussions in management to see how do you best package this and how do you take these things forward. And maybe the EXT DGO Ian Smith could say something to that. But the whole idea of learning and performance is not just at the end of an evaluation, but it's also during the process of an evaluation. When we start an evaluation, we have discussions with the respective programs, the respective technical groups, and there's a whole discussion and dialogue as we take this one further. And then when surveys are done, when key informed interviews are done, and staff also learn through that process. Member states, we keep you informed. When we start an evaluation, sometimes we come to you to get your informed opinion on that. And when we do that, you learn about that particular subject matter. And then when we finish the evaluation, we come back to you and we say, this is the end of the evaluation. We make a presentation. There's usually an information session that we have here in headquarters, and also in the regions. In some instances, those are being done. So there are a variety of processes, Chair, that we use to take this forward. The ultimate thing is take the performance of the organization. And one really good example was the Ebola Interim Assessment Panel, the review. When that came out, there were 21 recommendations, and those recommendations were directed at the international health regulations, were directed at creating a new health emergency program, and there were also recommendations directed at the UN Secretary General as well. So all those things were picked up, and one is seeing some fruits from that. So that's one example concretely. Yeah.
Thank you. I invite further comments from the floor. For US and France, I think paragraph 49 is the critical one, because this we referred to yesterday. It's on financing dialogue, which was happened in 2015. And paragraph 49, it said, the review concludes that the financing dialogue bilateral consultation are considered valuable and important opportunity for dialogue and relationship building, but that the nature of financing dialogue bilateral consultation varies significantly. It's unclear how the consultation will differentiate from a regular meeting between WHO and each contributor. The consultation had a positive effect on relationship and mutual understanding between the contributor and the WHO, but there was an identified need for them to become more strategic and more strongly focused on progress and results achieved across each contributor portfolio. So this is exactly at the heart of the financing dialogue, and how we learn from it and improve. It's not just another event, and how we foster and potentiate effectiveness to come out in the light of yesterday discuss of the financial crisis, often on a chronic crisis. So that perhaps one of the critical contribution of the evaluation function of the organization. So that I highlighted 49. Franz, you have the floor, sir.
Pour commenter, merci.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just to comment on this particular point. obviously, the evaluation function is an essential one in the organization. There's no doubt at all that the most important part indeed is to see what's happening in the field upstream to make sure that good practices are systematically implemented, and in fact that goes beyond the evaluation function because we're drawing conclusions from it. But what's also very important is the dissemination, the distribution of this information, and to be quite sure that the staff, everyone in the field, in the country offices, at headquarters, that all are able to understand what is at stake in each program and how they can improve their work on a daily basis, how this can be done. And this is what we rather pompously term as knowledge management. I want to be quite sure that the WHO manages to do that, and I'm not sure that looking at the scale of the evaluation team at the moment, that the second function, this apprenticeship, this distribution, the dissemination of the evaluation for the organization is the best adapted to that. Maybe we should have a closer look at that. But it's true that from what we have read in this report, from the evaluations that are published, we're constantly learning some very new and interesting things. Now, whether all the staff looks closely at that and, as far as I'm concerned, are encouraged by their managers to look at those things, to take them seriously, that still remains a bit murky. But a systematic approach when it comes to the distribution of all this knowledge is absolutely vital.
Thank you, Franz. I now invite DR Congo followed by Sweden.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. I too would like to congratulate our friend for this very important report. As you said, the evaluation function is a very important function since this represents efficiency, the results. So we can draw conclusions on the basis of the results of the evaluation. But this evaluation function can do more. It's follow-up. It's very closely linked to follow-up. Follow-up then implies implementation. If we link the two together, we can explain exactly what has happened. So if the implementation isn't good enough, then the results won't be good enough. So we need to link those two up to come up with really relevant conclusions. Thank you.
Thank you, DR Congo. Sweden, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, and also from our side, thank you for the presentation. And I agree actually with much of what has been said by other countries, but and I also agree with what the U.S. said about this document coming very late on a very important issue, and I do understand that it has taken a lot of time, but it's important for us to be able to study it thoroughly and to consult with Capital. So we will also come back on a number of issues. But one issue that is very important is the evaluation of WHO's presence in countries, which is in paragraph 29 and onwards. And you know, I'm looking at this report now, but maybe if you could elaborate a little bit more about the challenges that you're finding, because I see that there seems to be you know, the recommendations were useful and in line with the ongoing reform, etc. But if you can say a little bit more about the challenges, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Sweden. I invite Ariel. You have any response to specific question?
So thank you very much for the comments, even though you didn't have so much time to read that. And I look forward to having a much more interactive discussion during the EB. In response to France, one way we are trying to address the dissemination of that knowledge and information is through a quarterly newsletter, an electronic newsletter that we send out to all staff in WHO. We also share it with the mission focal points here. We also share it widely with the UN evaluation group as well. So, and sometimes I'm stopped at the corridors and somebody says, I didn't know what you were doing because I haven't received your newsletter. So obviously that's functioning, but we could do much better than that. We are currently in the process of completing the review of the evaluation function. That's one of the priority evaluations that you had requested as member states. Three big things have come up as areas for the evaluation functions to be improved in. One is, and that's all very much related to capacity and resources. One is communication. The other one is capacity development internally, making people understand and use evaluation much more effectively. And the third one is the decentralized evaluation function. How do we better do that function? In response to the colleague from the DRC, yes, most agencies struggle with making sure that recommendations get implemented. And this is an area that we are working very closely with management to make sure that recommendations are feasible and high impact, and that these recommendations can be taken forward by management. And then we go back, we track, and we can only encourage management to take forward the recommendations. We cannot force management to take forward these recommendations. Sweden, there is a back of the room document that goes into a little bit more detail about the country presence. It's been some time, so I will probably have to look at that notes here, and I'll read it from the notes. One of the things that they found out is that there were issues about the clarity of the role and purpose of the country office when in the countries that they visited, and the discussions they had with member states. And the linkages between country-level agreements such as the country cooperation strategy and the biennial cooperation agreement, the UNDAF, and the national health strategies, that was an area where WHO needed to focus a little bit more. Yeah. The added value of the different levels of the organization at country level. You know, what is the value of contributions coming in from headquarters, contributions coming in from the regional office to the country office? This was another area that was highlighted, etc. So it's about WHO's role, the visibility, the clarity of WHO's role vis-à-vis the partners, the member states, etc. We took on board a lot of those recommendations that came out from that, and this biennium we are doing 3 country office evaluations. We've just completed one in Thailand, and the idea is those would allow us to garner even more best practices as to how our offices function in countries, how does WHO contribute from all 3 levels in support of work at country level. So that I would leave it at that at the moment, and I'm happy to provide further information to Sweden. Thank you, Chair.
I'd like to conclude this session by saying that the committee had reviewed the annual evaluation report by the Secretariat, and the committee recognized the importance of evaluation cultures and learning cultures, which will enable the WHO fit for purpose, as well as improve the performance of the key function of the WHO. And we take note that we will recommend the EB 141 session to take note the annual report on evaluation containing in this report. I see no objection. It was decided And this concludes our discussion on item 2.4. Allow me to take further agenda on 3.11 on the overview of the visual reform implementation. This contained document is 70/50, 70/50 add 1, add 2, and InfDoc 3. So altogether we have 4 documents. If you don't have at the back of the room, you can take this all 4 reports. Before I open the floor for discussion, I shall give the floor to the independent consultant who was commissioned by the WHO to conduct the 3rd stage evaluation of the WHO reform. And this report is contained in document A70/50 add 1. Mr. Berhad, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone, for receiving us today. As a consultant, I have 3 challenges this morning. The first one is to speak without slides, because consultants never speak if they don't have slides to support them. The second challenge I have is to stick to the 5 minutes, because I promised Elil I wouldn't take the floor for too long. But the more important challenge I have is to put you, member states, in a position to have a meaningful conversation on the findings and recommendations coming out of this evaluation. So what I'm going to do over the next 4 minutes now, Elil, is to put some context around the evaluation itself, give you a highlight of the main findings, and spend a bit of time on the key recommendations and how you member states can actually take this forward. So in terms of context, this evaluation is the 3rd step into the evaluation of the WHO reform. The first evaluation was done back in 2011 and was focusing at the time on the relevance of the reform package that was being shaped. The second evaluation of the WHO reform was focusing mostly on the conditions for success, and we were already at that time the ones who performed that evaluation, and we focused a lot on change management and program management. So how do we execute on the reform? The purpose of this 3rd stage evaluation was threefold. The first objective was to look at the status of the recommendations that stage 1 and stage 2 had produced. The second objective of the evaluation was to look at the effectiveness and impact of the WHO reform, 6 years or 5 years into the execution. And the last objective, but not least, was to make some forward-looking recommendations on where the organization could take change moving forward. In terms of process, we follow typical evaluation procedures with a mobilization phase where we engage with the evaluation management group who commented on the approach we were suggesting. Then we went away in January, February, and March, and we had quite a broad and intense consultation process. If I look at this room, I'm almost confident that 100% of the people sitting here had an opportunity to engage with us. First, member states, where we had a number of panels where missions could engage. So basically, we met with every regional group. We also had some one-to-ones with selected ministries of health, notably during such visits. If I look at this side of the room where I have the secretariat staff and leadership, we spoke to every regional directors and their teams. We organized 2 such visits to the WIPRO and CIRO regional offices, as well as a couple of country offices. And if I look at the staff at the back of the room, who also had an opportunity to engage with us through a staff survey, where we surveyed more than 1,200 respondents of the Secretariat on a number of questions. So quite an inclusive process, which then allowed us to have some quite solid ground in terms of the findings and recommendations that we are making. If you look at the key takeaways from this evaluation, the first takeaway is that there has been progress. And I think you can take confidence in the fact that things have moved along. If I look at the key areas of the reform, from a programmatic point of view, there was a consensus in member states and staff alike to say that the planning process and the way it's been turned into a bottom-up approach with some prioritization built in is a major achievement. If I look at governance, I would comment on the finalization of the FENSA framework, which you were able to accomplish in the period. I would mention a number of leadership activities that the Secretariat and Member States had taken in terms of shaping the global health agenda, whether you talk about NCDs, about antimicrobial resistance, and other such key agenda settings for global health. And then in terms of the managerial reforms, I think you've had a number of examples this morning of the progress that has been made around accountability and control, around evaluation, and I would complete these achievements with some of the enablers that the HR function has put in place around contractual reviews, mobility policies, etc. I don't have the time to give you all the details on the achievements, but take it for granted that there has been progress. That doesn't mean the work is fully completed, and that doesn't mean that there's no more work to be done. 4 challenges remain, and based on these challenges, we have crafted 3 key priority areas, which we then broke down into 10 recommendations. And these are the things that you probably want to consider moving forward. Essentially, it relates to the role you have to play, both as Secretariat and Member States, in ensuring the ongoing relevance of this organization in a very fast-changing world. And as you say that, you realize the challenge of having to move fast in a governance model which by itself is very consultative, but doesn't necessarily lead to prompt decision-making. So there's some elements of our recommendations which really look at all member states need to look at the governance model of the organization. I would say the governance architecture is not just PBAC in isolation, it's not just EB in isolation, but it's really how the whole organization is governed. And you can't do that in isolation from a reflection on the purpose of this organization. And we made a recommendation which we call aligning the business model. I know it's a loaded term in the UN system to call this a business model, but basically all these plays create value for stakeholders, member states, citizens, and others. And then how it finances this value accordingly. And you can't make the difference between the value and the story you tell and the story you sell and the way you finance this organization. The second set of recommendations we are making relates to the operating model of the organization, so basically how you work. Some elements relate to the governance element, others relate to the footprint of the organization. So how can you achieve more with less or the same resources? How can you be better integrated? And then the last set of recommendations that we documented relate to the enablers that need to be put in place to, on the one hand, enable the new positioning and coherence of the organization, and on the other hand, do the logistical, I would say, and organizational changes. Some of them relate notably to change management, others relate to leadership, and all these have been documented as extensively as we could in the report that is available online. I will pause here just by concluding that we believe, as external, that you have a unique opportunity at this point in time. You are electing a DG in the next few days. You have a director or Secretary General of the UN who is reform-minded. You have some crisis. You have some crisis around financing. You have a crisis around making sure you ensure your continuous relevance. This is a unique opportunity, and what we are trying to do in this evaluation is to put you in a position to seize it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, the consultant, Mr. Bertut. Thank you so much for this extensive explanation of the third stage of the virtual reform. I open the floor. I recognize New Zealand. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you again for that report and for it allows us to view all of the positive progress that's been made in controls and internal audit and quality systems through a slightly different lens. I've certainly seen in other organizations that in times of crisis, we control what we can control, and we do it really well. But as a colleague who's a pathologist said, occasionally patients die, and you read the notes and you see that they've beautifully recorded the death of the patient but done nothing to prevent it. And I think that this report provides the kind of impetus to say, if we take it in the light of the conversation we had yesterday afternoon, that we should continue improving quality, we should continue improving audit and all the things that are going on, but it's time for us to systematically grab the nettle around what we need to do next to make ourselves relevant again, to redesign ourselves, to reposition ourselves. And as you say, your report for me shows that the staff inside the organization are ready for this change. They are frustrated by the lack of progress on it. We are in the same position. We all seem to be violently agreeing that now is the time for us to do something. And I think that at this meeting and on to the World Health Assembly next week, we really have to take that step and start that journey into what that looks like. Because at present, we're not 100% sure. And so I'd really encourage us to try to come up over the next week with a mechanism that allows us all to engage in taking that leap of faith into, so what does this look like in the future? What does a relevant thing look like? And that will require us to look outside how we currently do things. And it's a big challenge and it will require a lot of help, but I really would encourage us that we take the opportunity, the kind of perfect storm in some sense that's emerging around new DG, new reform in the UN, potential financial pressures. It's not that the impetus for change is never going to be bigger, and we should take it now.
Thank you, New Zealand. I invite China. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We appreciate the progress achieved in the area of WHO reform over the past year, illustrated in the report. This is the outcome from efforts made by all levels of the organization, led by the DG. In particular, reform has made positive achievements in increasing the predictability of program budget funding, improving the efficiency of the governing body sessions, adopting and implementing FENSA, enhancing accountability and transparency. We congratulate the WHO on these achievements. We wish to see the reform to be further pushed. Specifically, first, the WHO needs to step up financing for the program budget and conduct financing structural reform so as to equip the organization with better financing capacities. Second, national office capacity should be further strengthened. Especially, country office should play an advocating role in policies domestically in order to improve member state health level and encourage the health sector to cooperate with other sectors. That way, other sectors will be made aware of the importance of integrating health into all policies. Other international partners will be encouraged to develop health on a national level. Third, coordination and consistency between the organization's three levels should be enhanced so that efficiency of horizontal coordination among different regions can be achieved. Fourthly, further implement all measures under the three pillars of the human resources strategy. We hope to see more progress in gender parity and regional representation in human resources. Thank you.
Thank you, China. I invite Russian Federation. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. The delegation of the Russian Federation would like to thank the Secretariat for the report, which tells us about the overview of WHO reform implementations to improve the results, the effectiveness, and to improve transparency during planning and assessment of the received results. particular progress in the case of strategic management, setting up a forecast timetable for the EB and for the WHA is very much appreciated. We're also looking at the proposals on the number of items and the time allocated in each subsidiary body to them. But for the moment, what has been left out is one very promising element in the work of the Secretariat. It's possible that we need to come back to the forgotten practice of the 1990s when the directors in the headquarters cut back on the volume of documents given to the EB and to the WHO, limiting it to 4 or 5 pages. 4 or 5 pages. So there's a lot of time that is saved when it comes to translation, and means that they're more quickly available on the WHO website, they're more accessible, and there's less time required for them to be studied by the member countries. Now, when it comes to the reform of the organization at all 3 levels, this covers over 6,000 staff members. Given all that, the Russian Federation welcomes the work that has been done on a long-term plan to ensure that the necessary staff is available at the WHO, and also the steps taken by the Secretariat in improving information management and introducing new models for setting up, disseminating, and financing WHO publications on the basis of open access for one and all throughout the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. And now invite Mexico, followed by Norway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We would also like to thank the Secretariat for the report it submitted. We take note of the progress achieved. They've been progressive. They've introduced reforms in additional spheres to be able to achieve this in this organization, as well as all the organization, the UN family. Efficiency, effectiveness, transparency, accountability. Just to make some comments, before making some comments in the Assembly, we would like to point out some issues. First of all, the programmatic reform. We think it's positive to see the progress that is made when you link this to establishment of priorities and financing, but we do think it's necessary to strengthen this link. So as of the work addressing priorities, we can then face up to the challenge determined by a deficit of financing context for the basic programs. We also recognize the relevance of the issue for global health, and we suggest that we work with experience, technical experience and skills to be able to make the response capacity of the organization more agile. And on this point, it's essential not to discard any other priorities. Preventive programs, to be able to act on prevention that avoids afterwards that a problem become an emergency. We think it's essential that as of the beginning of initiatives taken by the new Director General, we can continue with the work and be able to follow up the implementation of the reform so that the organization can adapt itself to the changing complexities in world public health. Regarding the reform of governance, we are concerned by the number of points on the agenda of the deliberating managerial organizations, the timely publication of documents, the extension going on in the text, making the text more voluminous. We have to renew our efforts to do something about these problems. Finally, Mr. Chairman, this delegation agrees that the 3 levels of the organization continue taking a systematic part in the planning process and priority setting based on a synergy between the allocation of resources and the results, as well as the evaluation of the implementation and the financial reports, which are transparent and detailed. It's our opinion that to strengthen the reform in a specific scope such as human resources, accountability, information management, that this be supported that we in this way support management because we're able to develop the institutional capacity organization and have staff, training, and institutional focuses with competent staff and highly efficient staff in an intelligent strategy of human resources. Thank you.
I recognize Thailand, followed by U.S.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thailand would like to thank the evaluation team of the third state evaluation of the visual reform is very comprehensive. And we would like to highlight the achievement and also challenges that indicated in the report. We also noted that the visual reform is in progress, implementation, and also interrupted by external events from time to time. So we would like to draw the attention of the committee to the document that summarizes the third state evaluation of the visual reform in the annex that summarize the 3 priorities and also recommendation with 27 supporting actions highlighted. So we would like to request the Secretariat and also member states to take this recommendation in accelerating the reform implementation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Thailand. I recognize USA. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. The U.S. Commends the organization for seeing through some real systematic progress on many aspects of the reform agenda. The emergency response the reforms as part, as well as progress being made this past year towards a more effective, efficient, transparent, and accountable organization. I want to thank the consultant for the valuable evaluation report, which I think is very important for the organization and the member states and the new Director General to have. It's very cogent and blunt in some ways about the challenges ahead for the organization and recognizing progress made, but a number of strategic issues that are identified. So we welcome its contribution. With regards to the FENSA and unlocking the potential of FENSA and the fact that it is a document that provides transparency, we certainly agree that it is something that needs to be used strategically to enhance WHO's work with all kinds of non-state actors. That is the environment we're in. That's where WHO needs to operate and do it effectively and do it in a way where all partners need to be able to work with this organization. Otherwise, I think WHO does step back, actually, and transparency cannot come go so far as to reduce, I think, WHO's ability in this area. So this is a real important area in terms of implementation to get right in WHO. And for the engagement practices to be widely consistent, widely unbiased going forward. Management reform has been significant this past year, and we congratulate WHO for its commitment to fulfilling gender equality policy, operationalization of its whistleblowing and protection against retaliation policy, the creation of a respectful workplace initiative. These are all good initiatives. We would appreciate more information about the efforts to improve project management skills and capacity. As the Secretary noted in its report, as well as an update on when to expect the information disclosure policy originally planned for early 2017. So we note a number of areas of progress and very much look forward to taking forward the reform agenda further on all of these important areas. Thank you.
Thank you, USA. I now recognize Norway, followed by Australia.
Thank you, Chair. Norway takes thanks to WHO for the report. Clearly, a lot is achieved in the reform since the DG initiated this important process 6 years ago. This is a valid observation, despite the fact that we would have liked to see even stronger results in some areas, especially in terms of governance. It's important to continue reform of the WHO, including implementation of what we already have agreed. There should be no discussion about that. But what should further reform focus on? On this, there should be discussion. And we note that the independent external evaluation carried out on the third stage of the reform gives interesting input to this discussion. We'd like to commend the consultants for the quality of that report and find it unfortunate that this issued as an official PBAC document is out very late and probably has made several delegations not being able to reflect sufficiently on its content. An important lesson we take from the evaluation is the need for future reform work to become more focused. In our view, the time for a catch-all approach to reform should now be behind us. We've so far addressed a wide range of issues within all three main work streams of the reform. Now we would like to see further reform work taken forward in a more targeted fashion, focusing areas where there still could be a real potential for improvement. We believe the country level is one such area. This level of the organization has received comparatively little attention in the reform process so far, while the importance of the country level for the organization's ability to deliver on its priorities has increased. Chair, we commend WHO for its strong commitment on the quadrennial comprehensive policy review, the QCPR, to improve system-wide coherence, coordination, transparency, and effectiveness of the operational activities for development of the UN system, especially at country level. The General Assembly resolution invites all specialized agencies to report on specific actions undertaken in response to the QCPR. We strongly encourage WHO to continue to engage actively in ensuring follow-up of QCPR actions in order to optimize UN support to countries for implementation of the SDGs. Member states agreed in New York that the provisions of the resolutions are binding, also for specialized agencies, as they are for the UN funds and programs. These important provisions must now be duly reflected in WHO's key strategic plans and the annual reporting from these plans. This is an important area of work that Norway will be following closely. Finally, in order to secure best possible value for money within existing budgets, the efforts to combat financial irregularities must continue. We have commended the work done and results achieved regarding compliance and risk management, and this work needs to be taken forward as a priority also under a new Director General. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. Very clear the way forward. Australia followed by Panama, Australia.
Thank you, Chair.
Australia has been a strong advocate for WHO reform at all levels of the organisation. We applaud the organisation's commitment to the reform agenda and we welcome the progress made to date. The Stage 3 Evaluation Report is a comprehensive body of work that clearly articulates the challenges facing the organisation as it strengthens its role as both a technical and operational body. We agree with the 3 overarching priority areas in the report and welcome the opportunity to further explore the recommendations made. With respect to the recommendations regarding governance, we note the extensive intergovernmental process that has already occurred and would be hesitant to commit to another review of governing bodies until all actions agreed at the 69th World Health Assembly are implemented. We look forward to the opportunity to continue discussion on the Stage 3 evaluation recommendations with the new Director General and in the development of the 13th Programme of Work. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia, Panama, followed by Egypt. I will close at Egypt.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We take note of the challenges, progress. We've seen that the programmatic reforms that led to a draft budget for 2018-2019, which aligns 80% of the programmed objectives with the 10 national priorities. We would like us to renew efforts to improve transparency and accountability, privileging decentralization towards regional and local offices, taking care of the challenges in human resources with an overall comprehensive approach, and then strengthen the capacity of the country capacities. Modern management implies a continuous reform and perfecting processes, which enables us to have a ongoing transformation, able to take up the organization challenge in a sustainable, permanent manner to improve the efficiency, effectiveness of the decision-making bodies towards taking care of public health priorities. That's key, essential. The concordance and consistency of its working agendas and documents will fully deal with the issue, minimizing the volumes, their voluminous aspects, and then not going into aspects which duplicate. Reforms of emergency require much work, particularly for seeking and timely way of handling this, and centered on the state capacities and the country offices, and urge that people continue working along these lines. It's essential to continue debating substantive aspects of human resources, decentralization of skills, and manage processes from and to the regions and local representatives. A greater transparency also means that the countries, the regional directors sign a declaration of non-conflict of interest, at least with the war industry and tobacco industry, and having established SENSA, and this should be established this should be applied to WHO. The construction of a more efficient, effective, and transparent WHO is no doubt a complex process which requires sustainability and commitment from all. Thank you.
Thank you, Panama. Final comment from Egypt. You have the floor.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Chair. Thanks a lot for giving me the floor. We would like to thank the Secretariat for these excellent and detailed reports. We thank the Secretariat for finalizing the framework for effective communication. Needless to say, this was one of the lessons learned, one of the essential lessons learned from the Ebola experience, and a significant element that will bolster response in case of emergencies. So we thank the Secretariat for finalizing this. Yesterday, we've welcomed the increase in predictability in the program budget, and I'm really concerned that this issue is not really shared or perceived positively by the staff, based on the report A70/50 and Add 1. I thought yesterday that I was the only pessimist in the room, because I said that the current financial situation of the organization brings into question the relevance of the reforms that we have been negotiated in the last couple of years, and I'm really concerned that this is shared by the staff of the organization itself, which I really thank the Secretariat for being frank and conveying the feeling among the staff of the WHO about the relevance of the package reforms. And I have to say most of them as highlighted in paragraph in page 6, are really related to the financial situation and the budget of the organization. For example, making the organization more fit for purpose in the future, and improving the focus of the organization. This brings to question the point that I raised yesterday about the operational versus the normative role of the organization. Strengthening WHO's role in global health. This was one of the rationale behind the conclusion of the framework of engagement with non-state actors last year. Improving the effectiveness of the organization. So all these elements actually make us feel really concerned if all these efforts that we have been doing in the last couple of years are negatively perceived by the staff, then there is something we need to do really about it. And I repeat here what I suggested yesterday, that the financial situation of the organization requires an intergovernmental process to be substantively addressed. One last point I would like to highlight is related to the framework of engagement with non-state actors and the secondment issue. This is one of the loose ends that we did not manage to finalize last year, and I believe we are going to adopt all the criteria and principles of secondment this year. So we believe that putting the right criteria and the right principles is really one of the elements of success that will enable the framework of engagement with non-state actor to be implemented in an accountable and transparent manner. Thanks a lot, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Egypt. To final comment from UK and Brazil. UK, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to PwC for the report. It picks up on a point which is similar to that raised by Egypt, which I think probably the most striking thing from the report is the drop in staff perception of whether reforms improve the situation of the organisation. So, like Egypt, it would be good to get the reflections of the Secretariat on how much of an alarm that is, how much alarm that causes amongst the Secretariat, and whether that does represent a very significant drop in the morale of the organisation when it's in regards to reform. Thank you.
Thank you. Final comment from Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brazil commends the Secretariat for its efforts on these 4 reports. Brazil took this opportunity to reinforce its commitment to collaborate in the reform process. Over the year, member states had long and productive negotiations on that. Many concerns were raised regarding the number and complexity of issues to be discussed, add to the late issuance of documents, which is not conducive to empowering the PBAC and EB to fulfill their respective mandates. This is an intrinsic tension between the sovereignty right of member states to pursue their policies and the need to have proper time to evaluate and make all necessary internal consultations. For example, the previous agenda item, we have special interest to better understand the regional evaluations and the eventual challenges found about the global coordination mechanism on NCDs, and mainly about the decentralized evaluations as well. Indeed, yesterday we talked about the financial situation of WHO, and an idea of decentralization was raised in order to empower local offices, monitor countries' presence, and local resource mobilizations. Let me conclude saying that we are enthusiastic to learn more about the proposed mechanism to report WHO results at country level. These efforts could help build bridges in order to align member states' priorities, the program budget, and country-level biannual working plans. As stated in the document, this could better translate WHO's outputs into contribution to national health outcomes, and especially to progress toward the SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you. I have France. You have the floor, sir.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je suis désolé.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry I'm taking the floor so late, particularly because I have quite a few things to say about this issue of the reform, linked to the reform of the development of the reform system in the United Nations, which was previously initiated by Mr. Mohamed. I just want to stress 2 aspects. First of all, this perception of the staff that things are not progressing very quickly. This gives a feeling that people are lacking motivation or have less motivation, and that's disquieting if we find ourselves midway through a reform process. This gap is often felt and seems to be explicable because we're not necessarily see the way out of the tunnel when you're a staff member. So there's some convincing work to be done towards them, for them. And then, as our colleague from New Zealand said, there's a very strong appetite as the EB table and also in the World Health Assembly to continue, reinforce, consolidate momentum on this reform. And the Director General has done a lot to be able to lead it, make it progress. We have to thank the Director General. But in some way, it means that the future Director General, or even the ones after, will not have a honeymoon stage. And he or she will be waited for expectantly, particularly when we look at the efforts for this reform will require. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no further comment. As chair of the PBAC, I would suggest that we have this procedure. If we look at document 70/50 at 1 on page 13, a table with 3 priorities and 27 actions. This is the outcome of the third stage of reform evaluation. And I must thank Mr. Butut for your clear and think out of box. If you look at action 20, reduce the number of directly appointed positions at HQ to the minimum and ensure a competitive process is undertaken when selecting ADG position and recommend to be done by end of this year. It must be too late. It must be too late. Because the upcoming DG will have to elect, nominate for 5-6 ADG without competitive process. But we have all is by the historical precedent. So that is one challenging question, action 20. If you look at action 8, decide whether the governing body meeting should place priority on consultation and consensus building or on strategic decision making. So this is a drastic U-turn. Action number 9, consider to relieve the EB from activity and debates that fall outside the EB role, the executive role. It is a very critical recommendations. And also unlock the potential of FENSA, actions 15 and 16. It's critical. Mobilize resources based on ethical and framework engagement of non-state actors. A high potential, as U.S. has said. Now we have these 3 priorities and 27 actions in front of us. And as we tasked by the board that the PBAC, I would recommend for your consideration that we take this as a substantive agenda item in EB 142. And I see this will be a new wave of reforms beyond what DG Margaret Chan has triggered reform 6-7 years ago. And it will be a new WHO if we are successful. If the committee agree that the new reforms under leadership of new DG, we will discuss at length in a substantive agenda at EB 142nd January 2018. If this is agreed, I would recommend that we listen carefully what comments by member state in the WHA 70 next week and a half, and based on that comments from member states, we take into account, and this will be a substantive agenda item in EB 142. I seek your advice. If you concur, then we will recommend that way from the committee. I see no objection. It is so decided in 2 points. First, we transfer this report to be discussed by WHA 70 next week, and also we add this one as a substantive agenda item. I see a nodding from the Secretary, because this can be one of the dim light, because I don't see we can do much, because the whole organization is bound by history. Also, our country is also bound by history, or the historical precedent of appointment. Now, I'd like to consult members of the committee on actions number 20. Action 20 said reduce number of daily appointed position at HQ to the minimum, and particular focus on ADG position. This should be discussed at length in EB 141 or not, which is just immediately after the closure of 70 session of the WHA. It is the only risk management timing that we can spell out clearly. But depends on, I think we have to listen from the Secretariat and Presidents in the past. And all these are trajectories. I give a few minutes for consultation on this Agenda 20 or for discussion at length in EB 141. We give the floor to Legal Counsel. You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you, Chair. With respect to the ADG's designation and appointment, there was already some indication in the decision 69-8 that was adopted by the World Health Assembly, which included a number of governance and management related issues. So this is something that PBAC member would like to consider. Thank you.
Can you give us a clue what they were?
Can you read it slowly? Can you Google 69.8? and confirm that she is reading the correct text.
Improving transparency of the process for the selection of Assistant Directors General. To request the Director General to improve transparency of the process for the selection of Assistant Directors General, including through timely advertisement of the Assistant Director General positions in all official languages.
So World Assembly in 69 session has made a clear decision. Therefore, there's no need to have that another discussion. Just implement, yes? And that the upcoming DG must understand this decision, 69.8, on his or her conduct of appointment of the ADGs. I invite Egypt.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry for taking the floor. Just as being part of the discussions that led to the adoption of this, the open-ended intergovernmental meeting on governance reform, I would like to stress upon the point of the equitable geographical distribution. And I actually tried during these negotiations to insert some sort of reference to, I believe, Article 35, if I'm not mistaken, which speaks about the geographical distribution of the Constitution. And because we wanted to achieve consensus, we managed to adopt this language as it is right now. This is one of the very significant points that the next DG should consider when selecting and appointing the Assistant Director Generals. I have to admit as well that we do not question the prerogative of the Secretariat to appoint people at the headquarters. If the Secretariat believes they need people at headquarters, then it's their right to appoint people. But actually, this is somehow should be within limit, and this limit is should not come at the expense of the regional and country offices, considering that this is actually the country offices is the first line of defense. And I will take into account what was said yesterday by at least 3 regional directors about the necessity to give some sort of priority to appointments within the regional and country offices. Thanks a lot, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I come back to what the chair of the committee has recommended. One is we submit this documents for discussion by WHA 70 and listen on the further reforms, and then we insert as a substantive items in the EB 142 to further reform, because the organization is quite in a chronic crisis situation. Any comment on that? I see a nodding head from member states who are committee members. I see no objection. It is so decided. I now move to the last agenda item before lunch. Yeah. Yeah, no, the report. It is the proposed infrastructure funds. They consolidate the real estate fund and the IT fund altogether, and they put a new name, infrastructure funds. It's on agenda item 3.12. This report contained in document A70/54. Before I open the floor for discussion, I first ask ADG for General Management to make a brief introduction of this item. Hans, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Inspired by my New Zealand friends, I would like to begin by saying Ka mata te ka inga tahe, ka ora te ka inga rua, which is a Maori saying, when one house dies, a second lives. I hope that was correct, even if the pronunciation was a bit bad. It is in what the Maori is trying to say is that when something good could emerge from something old. And it's in this spirit the Secretariat is proposing to establish the infrastructure fund by consolidating the real estate fund and the IT fund. I'll take a few minutes just to give a background, and it's also one concern we have that we would like put forward to not only the committee but also to all member states where we have a bit of an issue and we would like to have response by the member states. But before I do that, let me start to explain why we are doing this. As you know, in WHO, we need to make some long-term capital investments, and therefore, the real estate fund was established back in 1970s, and now, more recently, we have established a global IT fund. And as mentioned yesterday by France and also other member states, WHO, we need to take a strategic and a long-term perspective on its investments in IT, and also then considering a sustainable financing. So that's why we have already established a new corporate IT governance structure, where we have representation from all the regions and the technical and administrative areas within the organization to oversee what we now have as a global IT fund. And then we have the real estate fund, which has been well functioning and this fund provides the needed funding for major maintenance and repairs of WHO buildings and for new constructions. So we don't want to change neither the function of the real estate fund nor the newly established global IT fund. So why are we doing this consolidation when they will, from a governance and financial perspective, be managed independently? It is because we think it will be easier to manage this in a more transparent way if we do this consolidation. It will also be facilitating our reporting to you, to the member states. And even if they have two different functions, the funds, they also have similarities, and particularly is the types of investment, because this is investments that have a longer-term perspective than a biennium of 2 years, the biennium, the 2-year program budget. So by consolidating that, we can report in one document and in one agenda item to you. Also, from managing both these funds are, from a management perspective, run by the general management. So for us, it will be also easier. So we hope you will endorse and support and have the World Health Assembly adopting the resolution proposing this consolidation of the two funds, even if they will have separate governance and financing. Let me just finish by one concern, and we really are asking the member states to step up and help out, and it's in your own interest. And this is in relation to the real estate fund, because as you know, the real estate fund we will be using for renovations of the new building of headquarters and the new construction of headquarters, where we got a very generous Swiss loan. And when this was approved earlier by the governing bodies, it was also then decided to establish a member states advisory committee. And unfortunately, I have to report that this has not been operational. We have been asking and requesting the member states to have nominations. And in 2016, we got some initial nomination, but only 2 nominees were present when we held a meeting. And further efforts to have these nominations or alternates hasn't resulted really. The only two regions that have since then proposed members and alternates are Euro and Wipro. And we would like to request the 4 other regions to also nominate both a member and an alternate. Why? It is because this committee is important, because this committee should review and monitor the progress of the renovation project and provide advice and recommendation on the implementation and ensure that we're keeping the timeline, the budget provisions, and so on. So it's in your own interest as member states. We will continue to provide updates to the governing bodies. I mean, we will have implementation report now presented to the executive board in January 2019. But that won't replace this more interactive and role of this committee. So we strongly encourage the member states to nominate the regional representatives to enable this committee to fulfill its tasks, which has been decided by the executive board. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I invite the committee to comment on the draft resolution of the WHA contained in paragraph 13 of document A70/54. Actually, it's referred to 25 million per annum for real estate fund, which is approved by EB 138R7. It's in your hand already. And request Assembly to approve the renaming of real estate fund as infrastructure fund. And approve this infrastructure fund to include information technology investment and authorize the DG to allocate 50 million at the end of each biennium as available. If not available, it's no. For IT fund, investment need within infrastructure fund, and to report on a regular basis without any timeline. When there's a need to report, they report. I think the resolution is very clear. Any comment? USA, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. We support the creation of this new fund. We also note that the document says that there will be separate accounts, separate sub-accounts, one for real estate, one for the information, the IT, information technology investment needs. I just wonder if the resolution is clear enough on that point, that they are to be maintained in separate accounts, because I think as it currently reads, it's not sufficiently clear, and I think a very small fix might take care of that. Otherwise, all we have is the commitment and the reference, in the document. And, certainly we trust the Secretariat on this, but I just think the resolution could reflect that. Thanks.
Thank you. Switzerland first.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. We'd like to thank you for the report 54, which we have read very carefully. In the real estate fund and IT fund, these are essential funds to strengthen the organization. For Switzerland, it's vital for the WHO to continue its efforts to fuel the funds and for its future activity in this field to make sure that it works properly. We would like to call on the Secretary to add 2 elements to the resolution. We support what has been said by the United States. We would like the principle of having 2 separate funds for IT and real estate should be spelled out clearly. In addition, we would like to add an article that makes it clear that when it comes to this fund, the programmatic and financial report, that it speaks separately about these 2 aspects, and this can be taken into account in the last sentence of 5. In 5, to say that we want to keep these very distinctly separate when it comes to real estate and IT technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Swiss. I invite Spain, followed by Czech Republic.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We commend the presentation of this proposal, and in principle, we have no objection. The fact that we create a single fund where we put together infrastructure and under infrastructure, real estate, and IT. And just as Switzerland, we're not quite clear where the way in which this resolution is worded, it's possible to put the money from one fund to another, or if these two are completely separate. So we consider that that point should be made a little clearer in the final resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, New Zealand.
New Zealand supports the United States and Swiss interventions. IT is an essential component of a future high-functioning, efficient, effective organisation. WHO reform will not be realised without protected and appropriate IT funding.
Thank you. Czech Republic, and final comment by Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Czech Republic and Germany thank the WHO Secretariat for its presentation and the report on the proposed infrastructure fund. As stated in the report and by some previous speakers, we support the proposed architecture that the fund comprises two separate budgetary lines, one for real estate and the other one for the IT investment purposes. In its presentation, the Secretariat also touched upon the ongoing building renovation project and the Member States Advisory Committee. Concerning the latter, unfortunately, it can be described as a lost opportunity. The Secretariat also pointed to some of the key functions of the Member States Advisory Committee. Let me add two additional. First, to advise on engagement of and communication with Member States, and also to provide feedback from members' respective regions. All of these functions, in our view, are essential for Member States to be able to have full information on the implementation of the strategic project. While the establishment of the Advisory Committee was supported by the Member States, surprisingly, there is not much interest to serve on it. As already recalled by the Secretariat, only 2 regions have nominated their representatives so far. As a result, since WHA 69, the Advisory Committee has been inactive and not been able to deliver or to meet expectations of Member States and the Secretariat. We therefore call upon all regions to take on their responsibility and nominate representatives to enable the Advisory Committee to fulfill its tasks. Mr. Chair, given the lack of progress of the Advisory Committee, we would like to invite the Secretariat to organize an information briefing on the state of play of the renovation project at its earliest convenience, if not possible in the margins of WHA June when fixed. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to suspend discussion as of now. We come back at 2:30. And we'll continue comment by France and Mexico. And we wrap up session by response from the ADG and also Egypt. And then we close that meeting. Before we close the PBAC meeting, we have to review the report. US.
Sorry, in that regard, will the reports, will we be able to move right into review of reports following closure of the meeting? That would be very helpful, given that you know, we have reports from yesterday and know that others would be coming out. Thank you. If there's any insight on the timing for review
Gina,
of reports.
You have the floor. Just explain what we have.
Thank you, Dr. Barosh. The draft reports on all of the items that were discussed yesterday are currently available in the back of the room. As other reports become available, they will also be available in the back of the room. So we could then move straight into the consideration of the reports. If I can make just one more comment, just a reminder that the mock vote on the election of the Director General is taking place today at 2 o'clock at the Palais des Nations. I understand for those that are planning to attend that the shuttle buses are currently running between the main entrance of WHO and the Palais. And when member states arrive at the Palais, they are requested to kindly take their seats in plenary hall. Thank you, Mr. Oh, I'm sorry. And with respect to entering the shuttle bus and the Palais des Nations, you'll need to have either your assembly badge or your badge from your mission indicating that you are an ambassador or a member of the mission staff. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The report is available for your lunch reading. Thank you and see you at 2:30. Thank you, the interpreters, for your flexibility. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now we form a quorum. I start the meeting of PBAC 26 session. Before we adjourn for lunch, we have 3 pending speakers in my list: France, Mexico, and Egypt. And it is noted that we are on proposed infrastructure fund, consolidating the real estate fund and IT fund. France, you have the floor, sir.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this is a very important subject, of course, since investment, sustainable long-term investment is absolutely essential, of course. I have a question on the financial amounts, in particular for the new fund on IT. So, given the needs, in particular, once we have a list of operational priorities, and given the priority to have information in real time, given the need to have this kind of data that can be used, it's rather difficult to set up, of course, and given also the needs for reform, which means that we need to improve the IT aspect and to reduce costs. Given all this, there's a simplification of the processes involved here. And I just wondered if I could ask the Secretariat on the amounts foreseen, whether these amounts would enable us to carry out this sort of investment as required. And when it comes to the management of emergencies, if we have the necessary IT tools that will enable us to follow very closely the health aspect there.
Thank you, France. I invite Mexico, followed by Egypt.
Gracias, President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We would like to join the thanks expressed for this report. We have a few observations which in some way have already been expressed by the delegations of the United States and Switzerland, but we'd just like to add some further elements as a suggestion. We think it'd be important to include in the draft resolution a request to the Director General so that she could inform, or that, let's say, the future DG, so they could annually inform the EB through the PBAC annually, and then establish different accounts in the finance projects which remain pending, with a whole long-term table or graph. And we think this is important to be able to plan the capital expenditures, which are expensive, which are going to be expensive and consequential. But it's just for our information as well. We think that the draft resolution, the Assembly, before consultation with the committee, it's important that it authorize the management to transfer resources to the fund for infrastructure as long as there is sufficient funding and sustainable funding for the program budget. We would also like to express the fact that the approval of resources must be subject to the performance of the projects and to establish an upper limit, and particularly to see, what can be allocated to this fund. We also think it's important to know what the assets are in real estate and to know what's being assigned with these funds, so that we have a general budget with clear-cut figures which will enable us to follow this topic in future reports. Thank you.
Thank you. Mexico, Egypt, you have the floor.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Chair, and I will try to be very brief. Just a trivial matter. I don't know whether we are discussing a resolution or a decision. Procedurally speaking, I believe this is a draft decision, not a draft resolution, since it addresses only the Secretariat and it does not address the member states. And at least this is my understanding of the difference between a decision and resolution, based on previous experience here. I have a proposal, and I'm putting this proposal for the consideration of colleagues here. I don't know whether it would be of a benefit to allow some sort of flexibility in the mobilization of resources between the two sub-accounts. And I don't know whether this is implied by having one account under which we have two sub-accounts. But this is a proposal I'm proposing for colleagues here. We could put a ceiling on the amount of resources that could be mobilized between the two sub-accounts. But this is a proposal for the consideration of my colleagues here in the Secretariat. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Egypt. I close the discussion from the floor. There are 3 points proposed by member state here. I'd like to draw your attention on paragraph 12, bullet 1 of document A70/54. It said very clearly, this is also the concern of US and many other colleagues here. It said real estate funds and information technology investment funds must not be mingled due to the risk of one might be financed at the expense of the other. While the infrastructure fund will serve both needs, separate sub-accounts will be maintained and reported within annual financial statements. Therefore, annual financial statement will reflect everything what concerned and recommended by Egypt. Second, on paragraph 13, I concur with Egypt's recommendation that this must be a decision rather than a resolution, because it's executive business for the organization. And also to capture concern on a separate sub-account, it should be amended in OP2. Approved extension of the purpose of the infrastructure fund, in bracket formerly real estate fund, to include information technology investment, as approved by the IT board, in addition to the approved purpose defined under resolution 23.14 in 1970. Therefore, the amendment should be after after technology investment. I will ask the Secretariat to come back with a good text. Finally, on concern by Egypt, it will be on paragraph 4. request the DG to report the EB at its future sessions on the implementation of information technology and its financing, etc. So that will be appear in the annual financial statement anyway. I invite Dr. Han, ADG. You have the floor, sir, on the amendment of the text.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to express our appreciation for the strong support to establish this infrastructure fund. We listened carefully here what you have, the amendments and so on you would like to have, and I have maybe, Chair, I have maybe another option, but we'll see how we'll do. But I'll come back to that because before that I just want to address what France raised and a bit of New Zealand about the importance of the IT fund. And what we are saying clearly is that we will try to raise at least $15 million, but that with the word at least is that we can also see that there might be larger requirements. So there is a certain flexibility there. And when we have been discussing this and so on, we have also discussed a bit of let's say, larger amounts, but we thought that within the financial situation, I think we will look at the 15 million, and if needed, it could be added. What Egypt also raised, I mean, it's true that the financing of these two funds will be from the same sources. But I think what we heard from US and among all the others is that we keep a strict separation when we have the funds there, because if we start to tap from one or borrow from another, I think that would be a problem. Let me come back to what has been proposed for amendments. Maybe, Chair, with your agreement, instead of putting it in the under number 2 here, approves, I would, and I think it was the US who suggested maybe we should add a fourth one, replacing the fourth one and having the fourth request to Director General as 5 and having a new para that could read as follows. Request the Director General to establish separate sub-accounts to maintain the segregation between the real estate and IT investment funds within the infrastructure fund. Because then it will read, then number 5 will be the next requesting the Director General. And in that, about the future reporting, of course that will be available, as you said, through our financial report. The question is if you really want to have every year an update about these funds. Of course, that's not a problem for the Secretariat. But why we kept it a bit open with future session is because what you are rightly complaining of is that we are overloading the PBAC and the Executive Board and the World Health Assembly agenda all the time. And this is a way to see either when it's required or if it's requested, but that it should be regular, which could be annual, but it could also be biannual. Finally, to respond to the Czech Republic about an information meeting on the new building and renovation, we have looked into it. It will be a bit difficult to do it in the margins of the World Health Assembly. So everybody will be busy. It will be difficult. But what we can do and what we will do is that we will arrange and hold an information meeting for the member states in June, and we'll find a date that will be convenient to the member states. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'd like to wrap up this agenda item that the committee. Egypt, you have the floor, sir.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Chair, and I'm terribly sorry for taking the floor again. I don't think that the proposal I have submitted right now comes in contradiction with what the concerns that were raised by our colleagues here from France and the US. It's actually a middle ground. It gives some sort of flexibility either to the DG or the Secretariat to move resources in case one of the sub-accounts needs money. So I understand pretty well what was mentioned in paragraph 12. Bullet 1 about the two sub-accounts not to be become mingled, and I don't think my proposal comes in contradiction with this. I will not insist on it. It was just a proposal. I wanted to give some sort of flexibility, and if there is no desire among colleagues here to, or the Secretariat, to see it of a benefit, then I will not insist on it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Egypt. I'd like to wrap up this session. The committee has reviewed a proposal on the proposed infrastructure fund, which consolidate the two funds, which is Swiss. Sorry.
Excusez-moi, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, apologize, Chair, and thank you very much for giving me the floor. I just want to specify that our delegation would be opposed to this flexibility proposed by Egypt, because that is our very concern, that there are some interlinked crossover in financing, which we want to avoid. Now, what Dr. Trossen has said on the reporting aspect, the report on this fund, wouldn't it be part of the programmatic and financial report? Because I understood that what you have said is that you don't want to do a separate report just for this fund or the two components of the funds. But if it were part of the programmatic and financial report with separate sections, differentiating the two sections, that I think would be fine.
Thank you, Swiss. Mexico, I recognize you.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had the same doubt as a delegation of Switzerland, and listening to the Secretariat, we're fine with the fact that we have the figures, general figures, of how the fund is doing as part of the reports of the budget and finance of the organization. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no more comment. I wish to wrap up this agenda item that the committee has reviewed the proposed infrastructure fund, which consolidate the existing two which is real estate fund and IT fund. We fully support the development of the new proposed infrastructure fund, and also we support the separate two sub-accounts under this new real estate, new infrastructure fund. And we have reviewed the draft resolution. We prefer to see the draft decision to be considered by the 70 Welfare Assembly. And we have introduced an amendment by introducing OP 3 bis. And I invite Dr. Han to read it slowly. 3 bis.
So 3 bis would read, requests the Director General to establish separate sub-accounts to maintain the segregation between the real estate and information technology investment funds within the infrastructure fund.
Thank you. With that, amendment and a draft decision, I invite the committee that we agree with this summary. I see no objection to this proposal. It was decided. Now we close our core business. I invite you. You have 4 documents in front of us, which is draft EB 141/2. Please check that you have all. Second document called draft A 70/58. The third document called A 70/63. And the fourth document is A 70/59. As the committee has requested the Secretariat to produce a short report, I thank the Secretariat led by him and his team, the whole crew, in producing this very timely report. I invite we comment the first document, which is EB 141/2. Agenda by agenda. And I would make a plea that we should not go to micromanage wordsmithing, etc. Save our time and improve our effectiveness of the conduct of business. Comment on item 2.1, paragraph 2 to paragraph 6. Egypt, you have the floor, sir.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Chair. It's just my comment is on paragraph number 5. Just to make the record straight, the GPG is an advisory mechanism according to the recommendations, not body, we have adopted last year. And I would like in this regard to add some sort of a footnote that refers exactly to the number of recommendations that we adopted last year, I believe, in WHA 69.8. I beg your pardon as well, but I want to add something that I have specifically asked during the discussions of this PBAC, as well as during the last EB in January, which was a request to the Secretariat to update the entry to the GPG on the official website of the World Health Organization. And the sentence reads as follows: to be added immediately after the end of the Director General. The Secretariat was requested to update the entry to the Global Policy Group on the official website of the organization as per the recommendations of the open-ended intergovernmental meeting on governance reform. Thanks.
Thank you, Egypt. Your point raised, we will come back later. And at the same time, any proposal by the non-PBAC members must be seconded by a member from the PBAC. I invite comment from U.S.
Thank you very much. I wonder if, well, just a couple of editorial suggestions. In paragraph 4, whether we might mention there the long-term liabilities for the staff health insurance. I know that it's covered 2 paragraphs down, but it was specifically raised by a number of the countries in the room. So before the last, so after health emergencies, the staff health insurance long-term liabilities. Then if you could reverse the order of paragraph 5 and 6, I think that would be helpful. I think I'll wait to hear from the Secretariat regarding the proposal from Egypt. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Franz? Oh, sorry. You don't have a question.
Sorry, pardon, pas de commentaire.
No comment. Sorry, thank you.
In view of no comment and the pending recommendation by Egypt on paragraph 5, we'll come back later. I start to suggest we move to agenda 2.2, paragraph 7 to 11. It's on compliance, risk management and ethics annual report. Netherlands, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. I wondered if we could just add a bullet or a number that says that the committee expressed, or the member states expressed their continued support for the I can't express this word, I'm sorry, operationalization of risk management.
Thank you. It can be part of paragraph 10 at the beginning. The committee expressed its continued support. The operationalization of the risk management, and welcome innovative actions. Thank you, Netherlands.
Thank you, sir.
Hope it is helpful. Egypt, you have the floor, sir.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Chair. Thanks a lot for giving me the floor. It's on paragraph number 8. I do think that some part of this paragraph is not factual or does not reflect the truth. Because as far as I remember from the recommendations of the open-ended intergovernmental meeting on governance reform, we did not develop an accountability compact we did not develop the delegations of authority and letters of representation. We only decided to make them public. So I do think that conferring the term development on delegations of authority and letters of representation does not reflect the truth, and I'm asking the clarification from the Secretariat on this, because the recommendation says pretty clearly that to make public the delegations of authority and letters of representation. Thanks a lot. Paragraph number 8.
I did not follow up that discussion in the intergovernmental process. I'll ask the Secretary to verify the factual situation, the term, and the delegation of authority and letter of representation between the DG and the RD. We'll come back later when we verify the fact. Secretary, someone has to...
We can clarify.
Yes, please. Gina, you have to...
Okay. We've just pulled up decision WHA 69-8 to just try to clarify the mandate. And so paragraph 7 of that decision states to recognize the Global Policy Group as an advisory mechanism to the Director General and to encourage the Director General, in accordance with the WHO Constitution, to continue to strengthen senior management coordination for coherent implementation of decisions, policies, and strategies of the organization across all levels. And then it follows with paragraph 8, which states to request the Director General and the regional directors to make delegations of authority and letters of representation publicly available on an electronic platform in order to improve transparency and accountability. So in response to that mandate, there was a document that went to EB 140. It was EB 14039, and it reports back, on that mandate. In paragraph 8, it confirms that the Secretariat has made the delegations of authority and letters of representation publicly available on the WHO web pages dedicated to regional directors, and then it provides the link. So I hope that helps to clarify. Thank you.
Gina, let me see. This on the paragraph 8 of this report. Egypt has referred to the second part of first sentence, paragraph 8, and the delegation of authority and letters of representation between the DG and RD, all of which are published on the WHO website. So this is confirmed by WHO Decision 69-8 and paragraph 8, and also EB 140/39. And it that confirmed. I think that accommodate concern of Egypt. Egypt, you have to follow.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it actually verifies what I have said. We could just add after, in the second line, after and, before the delegation of authority and making public, just to make sure that the delegations of authority and letters of representation were not developed. They were already there, but we just made them public. The current sentence gives me the impression that we are giving an authorization to develop letter of representation and delegations of authority, which is not the case. So by adding and making public, the issue is resolved. Thanks a lot.
Egypt, if you read carefully on the third line and the fourth line, all of which are published on the WHO website. Website is publicly available. Yes. Egypt.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry for taking the floor again on this, but apparently my point was not clear. The Accountability Compact, as far as the sentence is concerned, was developed. So the Secretariat was tasked to develop an Accountability Compact. But the delegations of authority and letters of representation were already there. But they were not publicly available. So we decided to make them publicly available. And this is the crux of the issue here. We did not develop delegations of authority and letters of representation. We only made them public. I don't know whether I'm clear or not, but this is how I see the issue. If it creates any trouble among colleagues here, then I withdraw it. Thank you.
I invite US to have the floor.
Thank you. And just to try to find some language, I just wonder if we can just change published on the fourth line to make made public. I wonder if that addresses Egypt's concern. So
thank you, US. I would, the amendment will be all of which are made public on the WHO website. Is that correct? All of which mean the compact and the delegation of authority and letter of representation. The term all of which are made public on the WHO website. Thank you. New Zealand.
I think the issue that's being raised is that there's two separate actions in that first sentence. There is the development of the compacts, and then there's the making public of making public of the letters of delegation. And the issue, the way the sentence is written, is that it implies that they were both developed at the same time and are now public. And that, I think, is the key point. You have to separate those two actions out by a verb, as suggested.
Okay. In New Zealand, you have a specific formulation?
Essentially, I would support Egypt's proposal here, which was, it would say, making public the delegations of authority and letters of representation on the WHO website, and that gives it two separate actions with two separate doing words, as my school teacher used to say.
So can you read again so that the Secretariat can take...
Sorry. So...
Microphone, please.
Are we on? Yeah. So it would, comma after compact between Assistant Directors General and the Director General, comma, and making public the delegations of authority and letters of representation between the Director General and the regional directors on the WHO website. Or well, there's an interesting thought. Sorry. You could say you could leave that. You could leave the end of that sentence alone. Sorry, all of which are published on the WHO website. That makes sense as well.
Why the Secretary? Yes.
Microphone, please. Yeah. Yeah. Well, eating in the hospital did not suit me.
That's it, I've gone through everybody.
Sorry about that. I got button happy.
The development of all three instruments was done by the Secretariat, and they are not, all three of them are publicly available. So that's just the background.
We should be fully informed what is the fact. I request you please spell out what is the fact. And this committee must be fully informed in making a report. So therefore, there are three issues. One is the compact between DG and ADG. Second is the delegation of authorities. Third is the letter of representation between DG and RD.
So these are the three. Now, what is the fact? According to the WHO decision 8, because this is not my subject. So, Secretary. Comptroller, you have the floor, sir.
I think I understand the problem. I think why don't we say welcome the development of accountability compacts between the ADGs and the Director General, and the publication of delegations of authority and letters of representation, all of which are published on the WHO website. Because, I mean, as the delegate from Egypt says, the delegations of authority and letters of representation have always been there in the past. What's different now is that they are published and that an accountability compact has been developed. And the key point is that the accountability compact and the delegations and the letters of representation are all speaking to each other. So, I mean, I think just by adding on the second line after the comma and publication of the delegations of authority, if I'm understanding the issue. Oh, we have another go.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just would like to clarify that the delegation of authorities and the letter of representation have been developed since several years, but they were not available. So what recently happened is that they were made publicly available on the website. Same, now the accountability compact have been developed and were made available. So these are the facts.
So given the last fact that you have referred to, the phrase all of which are published on the WHO website, to capture concern by Egypt, I suggest we keep the three part as is and just strengthen all of which are made publicly available on the WHO website. Is it perfectly clear? The term all of which refer to the three contents. I hope that satisfies the committee and the non-committee. Okay, thanks. So Gina, you got it, no?
Yes.
So no change except all of which are made publicly available on the WHO website. The term all of which refer to the compact between DGRD, DG and ADG, the delegation of power, and the letter of representation. I invite we move to para 12 and 13. Report on the GIU. I recognize New Zealand followed by Egypt.
Thank you. Just to point out, there's a spelling mistake. I sound so much like a school teacher here. In the introductory heading, the chapeau of the Secretariat, it should be contained in document, not containted, which sounds like an infection. In 12, there's a duplication of the that, so one of those should be removed. And I would, as an editorial, suggest that the first sentence in para 12 be closed after the reference JIU Rep 201516 full stop. Then the sentence commenced, the committee requested the Secretariat to explore, and that just adds some clarity. These are just minor transposition issues.
Thank you, New Zealand. You have the floor, sir.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Chair. And just a clarification, because I don't know what we are going to do about paragraph number 5, because the Secretariat has just read the recommendation on the Global Policy Group, and it conforms with what I have proposed to change body into mechanism, but I have not heard from the committee on the other two proposals, to add a footnote to the recommendation and to add something on the request to the Secretariat to update the website. Thank you.
The committee will come back on this paragraph 5 because still pending, sir. If no further comment on 12 and 13, we suggest we accommodate comment by our teacher from New Zealand. On paragraph 12, full stop after reference JIU/Rep 2015/6 full stop. The committee request now I invite paragraph 17 comments from the floor on hosted partnership. I see no comment. We move to 18 under agenda 2.6 on amendment of staff regulation. Now come back to paragraph 5. Any clarification from the Secretariat? Delegation from Egypt suggests to change to replace body by mechanism. The GPG is a mechanism. It's not an advisory body. And he referred to a footnote and with reference to WHA 69.8. Any clarification from the Secretary? It's okay. Yeah. You got it? Yes.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Chair. About the sentence that I added to paragraph number 5.
Can you read again? And we need a secondment from the PBAC member. Can you read slowly, sir?
Sorry.
Microphone.
The Secretariat was requested to update the entry to the Global Policy Group on the official website of the organization as per the recommendations of the open-ended intergovernmental meeting on governance reform. Thank you.
Before secondment from the committee member, what is the fact? Can you check? You are checking, yeah. Okay. It's not my area. Thank you. Any secondment from the PBSC members? Yes, you have the floor.
It's really more of a question, the recommendations of the intergovernmental meeting. So is that reflected as in the resolution that was adopted? I just need to know the status of that request to update entry. So it would be nice to be able to say this was a decision made there, and perhaps the Secretariat can also help us understand if there's a problem in doing that, what the reason was. I know we're getting back into substance and we're trying to reflect the debate, but I'm open to including Egypt's proposal if that was discussed at the PDAC, but it would be helpful to reference that this was more than just something that was discussed at the IGM, because it only has a standing if it's reflected in a decision or a resolution. Thanks.
Before I give the floor to the Egypt, I refer to document A69, diff 3. This 69 diff 3. Sorry. I refer to DBHS 69 decision 8. Decision based on the agreed recommendation of the open-end intergovernment meeting on governance reform. So this is the decision based on the agreed recommendations. Decision 69 bracket 8. On para 7, under the heading of Senior Management Coordination, it said, to recognize the GPG as an advisory mechanism to DG and encourage DG in accordance with the Constitution to continue to strengthen senior management coordination for the coherent implementation of decisions, policies and strategies of the organization across all levels, which is country, region, and headquarters. So if the committee will second Egypt proposal, we should refer to this decision 69.8. So the text should be, the Secretariat was requested to update the entry of the GPG on the official website of the organization and put a reference there, DBHA 69.8. So that is the fact based on reference to 69.8. Without reference to as per recommendation by IGM on governance reforms, we should refer to the official decision by last year assembly. So that is my interpretation based on a thorough review of the facts on the table, so that we put all on the same page. I please bring this to Anne. Okay. Let us see. USA, you have the floor.
Yeah, from what you're reading, it sounds a bit different than what Egypt is proposing, because I don't know what the update to entry on the official website, whether that actually was stated in the decision. So maybe it's Egypt that we can read. Yeah, and he's asked for the floor.
I give the floor to Egypt.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry for taking so long on this issue. Just briefly, the entry right now on the Global Policy Group on the official website of WHO was before the open-ended intergovernmental meeting, because this advisory mechanism was established by the current DG, Dr. Margaret Chan, long time before. I don't know exactly when it was established. So when we adopted the recommendations and we had a decision from the World Health Assembly, then these facts should be incorporated within the website to say that we adopted recommendations, and one of them addresses the GPG and puts exactly the description of the GPG as in the decision on the website, because the current description does not really fit what we have adopted last year in the Assembly. So this is my clarification. Thank you.
Before I give the floor to US, I invite Secretary to clarify.
So I would invite the Secretariat to take that request and make the appropriate change, but I don't see how this can be included in the report, regrettably. Thank you. I'm very happy to change the word advisory body to mechanism, but yeah, thank you.
Egypt, you have the floor.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Chair. I will not insist on adding it to the report. If the Secretariat promises to change it, then I believe it and I accept it. Thanks a lot.
I request verbally the Secretary to do it. Thank you, US, and thank you, Egypt. And we change body to mechanisms. Everyone seems happy. US happy, Egypt happy, Secretary happy. Sure. We have done one paper. Second paper, 70/58, on the overview of the financial situation, Program Budget 16-17, and Midterm Programmatic Financial Report, including audited financial statement for 16. Therefore, for paragraph, please comment. New Zealand.
Given that my recollection of paragraph, the subject covered in paragraph 4 was about 2.5 hours of discussion yesterday, I'm a bit concerned that that's just a little bit light on what was actually discussed, and that I wondered if it needed to be expanded to include some more information. From my notes, I've got things like, considered that the complex funding issue could not be fully and sustainably answered by either additional fundings or prioritization alone. These are the things that the RDs said, I think, in this conversation. It considered there is a need to, to consider the proposal and existing work programs from the perspective of where and how does the WHO add value to a program, etc., etc. I've got several lines that I'm happy to give to the Secretariat to consider in that space. It's just, I think that summing up the whole conversation with the RDs in that we asked them to do a few things that they're already doing seems not enough.
Thank you. May I propose the following content on paragraph 4? Take on New Zealand colleague comment. I think paragraph 4 we may say, first, the 6 RD were invited to reflect the fiscal constraint and their response. Second, we may say that a common response includes efficiency gain, reprioritization, cost saving, as well as mobilize more resources. So this will reflect what was said. And the third bullet, we may say that there are heterogeneity across member states within a region and across region, that resource constraints also differ
We remember that Western Pacific is quite in good shape, Dr. Chin has said, whereby African region is so difficult to, and EMRO has a specific circumstance of many countries in civil unrest and massive refugee and migrants. So that will reflect everything on paragraph 4, and we are sure that Secretariat can capture all this content, which is a narrative one. I invite further to comment on the draft resolution. Egypt, you have the floor, sir.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Chair. I will begin also by highlighting a trivial matter that this is a decision, I believe, not a resolution, because it is said there that this is a draft resolution while it is a draft decision. My substantive comment on the draft as presented right now, I don't know, but I have a similar concern like that was expressed right now by our distinguished colleague from New Zealand. It does not really elaborate or capture the essence of the discussions we had on this report. And furthermore, it gives some sort of a rosy picture, while the real situation is not like this. And I have some proposed language for additional PPs as well as an OP. And if our distinguished colleague here are willing to listen to it, and I'll take the permission from the chair, I will recite them right now. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Egypt. I invite U.S. the floor, sir. Ma'am.
Thank you very much. And I know that we're discussing what was discussed. And so I just don't see how we can consider any proposals. I look forward at the Assembly directly, perhaps, to receiving proposals. But I just don't know procedurally that we can accommodate because the PBAC did approve sending forward the resolution or the decision, and Egypt's correct on that. So, thank you.
Thank you, U.S. I write to wrap up report 2, which is A7058, with some factual insertion in the narrative part of paragraph 4, and we change draft resolution to draft decision. I will transmit this to the Assembly. Now I move to report 3. Under A70/63 is on program budget, human resource annual report. New Zealand, you have the floor, sir.
Sorry, it was just to ensure that in the additional narrative you mentioned a number of activities, but the only one you didn't mention that was discussed quite a lot was decentralization, and so it was to request that that was included in that list of dot points that were made.
Thank you. Human resource annual report. There are 5 paragraphs and 1 recommendation, 6 paragraphs. I invite comments. I have one small comment in paragraph 4. It's on continued support on geographical mobility policies. This is one of the quite slow progress on voluntary mobility policies, despite the fact that we will implement the mandatory
policy by 2019. Perhaps we may reflect that discussion here. Maybe the committee note slow progress on the 1.3 mobility of staff and express continued support and urge Secretary to accelerate its implementation. So that will reflect the fact on the annual report on human resource. I hope that is acceptable. I see a good nods of head. If there's no further comment, we accept this report, number 3. Now the last report is on A70/59 on program budget. I suggest we look at paragraph 7 as a whole first, because that is the ultimate outcome that we spend quite a lot of time on it. There was a comment by Finland, I remember this morning. I hope it is captured. I recognize Egypt.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry for raising this point, but I fail to understand why right now we are going to discuss the language of a draft resolution while a while ago, just a few minutes ago, there was no desire among colleagues here to address the language I wanted to propose in the decision on the report of A70/58. If this is going to be conveyed or transmitted to the Assembly, then the same treatment should be conferred upon all the proposals. Thank you.
You mean, can you say again?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Mr. Chair. Sorry for being not clear. This is a draft resolution. And this draft resolution, as far as I understand from our colleague from the U.S., should be conveyed as it is without discussion to the Assembly. Because when I presented proposals to the draft decision attached to the report A/7058, colleagues said that it is transmitted as it is to the Assembly. And I believe there should be the same treatment for all the proposals. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm not clear enough. I suggest we look at paragraph 7 without any comment, whether there's any typos or anything that I refer to Finland, a small amendment. I think New Zealand also small. If the Secretary has captured us. Now back to paragraph 1 to 6. Sorry, UK, you have the floor, Madam.
Thank you. It was on paragraph 6, actually, which expresses the web portal, which is now compliant with the International Aid Transparency Initiative. I don't really think a web portal can be IRT compliant. So either what we're trying to say is that that's making WHO IRT compliant, but I don't think a web portal can be.
So UK, you have any specific formulation in the amendment of the text on paragraph 6?
I would only suggest, I don't know the exact intention, but I would suggest for the portal, which helps to make WHO IRT compliant, because it's WHO that's seeking to be compliant.
Okay, Secretary.
I just want to make a point of clarification, and indeed that what UK is proposing is correct, that part of the IATA compliance means that the data we provide to IATA is also presented to the public in an easily accessible and clear manner. And we use the web portal to achieve that. So in a way, the web portal contributes or allows WHO to be compliant with the IATI requirements. Yes.
Thank you, UK, and thank you, Secretary. I see Egypt, you have the floor, sir.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Chair. I have just a proposal to make in paragraph number 4, in the penultimate line from downwards, which remains a priority not for many member states, but for majority of member states. Because according to the report presented by the Secretariat, non-communicable disease was a priority for 126 member states. And this is a majority among the membership of the organization. So I would like to change many into majority, or just to put the number of the states that consider this issue as a priority, which is 126 according to the report of the Secretariat. Two other additional points, Mr. Chair, I would like to highlight. During the discussion, there was repeated references to the imbalance between the GAB and the assist contributions and the voluntary contributions. And I believe this is a very significant point that should be reflected in the report. And I have language to propose here, which depends on the same language that was on the last PBAC report to the Executive Board in January, document EB 140/5. The other point I would like to add is related to the proposal presented by Egypt to have a formal open-ended intergovernmental process to discuss the financial situation of the organization. This proposal was highlighted as well in the document I have just highlighted, EB 140/5. With the permission of the Chair, I can provide you with the language. Thank you.
Thank you for your three suggestions. On the last suggestion on formal open and intergovernmental process, there is no any follow-on to support your proposal in the discussion and in the deliberation of the committee. That is, I remember recollection from my memory yesterday. So that is our question. On the gaps between between what assess contribution and voluntary contribution, which is a fact. We should seek concurrence from the committee members. So the text would read, perhaps look at paragraph 4. At the end, we may put the committee raise the concern of the imbalance between assess contribution and the voluntary contribution, for which pose financial risks to the organization, and it is a chronic problem for many, many years. So that is that captures the essence of the discussion. I invite comments from the floor. The text that the Chair has proposed. Yes, you ask the floor.
Sorry, can you state it again? Sure, thank you.
The committee raised concern or note with concern the imbalance between assess contribution and the voluntary contribution, for which it results in financial non-sustainability of the organization along that line. So that is my proposed text, and the Secretary may craft along this line. I hope this is the fact that every member state, committee members and non-committee member has raised their concern. And it seems that progress is quite slow. Egypt, you have the floor, sir.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Chair. If I may jump in and help you, sir, I have the language that was in the last report of the PBAC to the EB. And I believe it would be much more better to adopt the same language because it was adopted by the same committee in January. It reads as follows. Several member states expressed concern about the danger of the significant and persistent imbalance between voluntary and assist contributions, recognizing that the situation was unlikely to improve in the next few months. This is exactly the language in the report of EB 140/5. If I may comment on another point that was raised by the chair right now, which is related to my proposal on the open-ended intergovernmental process. In the last PBAC, I raised the same proposal, and there was no support from it, whether from non-member states or from member states of the committee. And we had a discussion or a legal debate whether if a state non-member to the PBAC committee has the right or the prerogative to include something in the report of the PBAC. And we got a legal opinion that this is absolutely right. So if there is no harsh resistance or opposition from colleagues here in the committee, I would like to see my proposal reflected in the report. Thanks a lot, Mr. Chair.
I invite legal counsel to express what is the legality of non-PBAC members' proposals. My interpretation coming to chair this PBAC, I have reviewed and I interpret that any proposals from the non-PBAC member must be seconded by the committee members. Legal counsel.
The legal counsel himself is at the DG mock election, so I was not present at the PBAC last year when the matter you mentioned may have occurred. I can't call on that particular case, but I would agree with the President that under Rule 3 in General Procedures, non-PBAC members proposing something would need to have it seconded by a member.
U.S. to have the floor.
Thank you, and I think Egypt's right that if a non-PBAC member stated something, that it can be reflected in the report. I guess I would just ask that it say one member state said blah blah blah, and that if that's I've seen that before in other reports, so it's certainly for our delegation, it's not objectionable if that was stated by a member state, even if they are a non-PBAC member. So.
France, you have the floor, sir.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. I think my colleague from the US is quite right. At the same time, having listened to the proposals, I get the feeling that the proposal that you, Chair, have made, that proposal has the advantage of simplicity, it's light, and it's perfectly clear on the subjects that the subject that we're concerned with. I'm not sure that we need to integrate here the proposals made by my colleague from Egypt.
Thank you, Franz. There are two issues here. One is the intergovernmental process. Yes, Egypt has raised the issue yesterday, but there's no any follow-on or any support to have that way. I have been chairing a number of intergovernmental processes in the past 10-15 years. And I was informed by the Secretariat that one intergovernmental process cost the organization up to $0.7 million per one process. Costs of venue, cost of interpretation, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. Therefore, I personally experienced that it is an inclusive process, but it's heavy and will go nowhere. We will negotiate text and discussion, etc. So that is my personal experience. That's why I think if you want to raise, it will be reflected in the report, and it is concurred by one delegation of the committee, which is U.S. support.
Second, on the text, refer to gap between AC and VC. France support the chair text, which is a light text. There's no need to refer to EB 140/5. The content is there. The spirit is there. Now, the last issue that you raised is on NCD, which is category 2. Which paragraph? 4. For many member states. Any comments from the committee members? And you refer to which remain a priority for a majority of member states. And you refer to what? To the burden of disease? Egypt.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Chair. It's 126.
Which refer to what?
We refer to the majority. 126 reflects majority among the membership, not many. So many, thank you.
I think what Egypt is referring to is the outcome of the bottom-up planning process, where 10 priorities had to be identified against which 80% of the resources are devoted, and it's 120, probably it's 126 member states who included NCDs as one of their priorities. So this is, in that sense, it is correct to say that for majority of the member states, I think that's fine.
So which remain a priority for a majority of member states, which is amendment by Egypt. I invite comment from the committee members. Any secondment? France, you have the floor, sir.
Yes, I can agree that it's a priority for many member states, and the figures that you have that has been quoted by Egypt seem well-founded. It has become a priority for a very large number of countries. However, the discussion that we're having on paragraph 4, doesn't it reflect what we have said? And I don't know if that was brought up, because here there's a certain amount of confusion. It leads to confusion as to what member states have said, the members of the committee plus the non-members of the committee have said during this committee meeting, and what their priority is in the field of public health. I'm a bit worried about maintaining this sort of confusion between the two. The subject was raised, indeed, but it wasn't raised extensively either by the committee or the member states of the committee or the non-member states of the committee. So I don't want us to maintain this confusion between two. So I wouldn't really want to change it. There were some member states that mentioned during the discussion here in the committee, and I think we should reflect what was said in the committee and not what is intended elsewhere, which might be rather different. Thank you.
Thank you. So we keep the text as is, which remain priority for many member states. Egypt, you have the floor.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Chair. I'm terribly sorry, but this is not factual. The sentence speaks about a fact mentioned in the report of the Secretariat. I'm not saying here how many member states during our meeting expressed their significance or their priority of NCDs. It was indeed expressed by many delegations, including mine. But to stress upon a fact in the Secretariat's report does not really prejudice what was discussed here among the member states of the PPAC or the non-member states. So I don't see why we are having a problem in this. If we keep many as it is, this is not factual, and I believe the Secretariat has just highlighted this. So I don't know, but I urge our distinguished colleague from France to change many into a majority because this is a fact. Thank you.
Thank you, Egypt, and thank you, France. I don't know what is the French version, but my English version here. English is not my mother tongue. My mother tongue is Thai. You read carefully. At the same time, concerns were expressed about. So about is the clarification of the concern about the cut in budget of NCD, which remain a majority of remain a priority for many member states. Egypt referred to the fact from the bottom-up process, but French interpret that this is the discussion in this room, in this EB room, that it was raised by many member states. If we want to be very clear, at the same time, many member states raised concern about the cut. So that will be reflect the France interpretation. But if so, I think that will be a perfect report. France, with your permission, I'd like to make some amendment. At the same time, many member states raised concern about the cut and remove which remain a priority for many member states. So that will reflect the deliberation here. I recognize US. You have your flag on.
Thank you. I think that's a very elegant way to take care of it. Otherwise, I think we would need to be very specific about how it is reflected, the priority. I mean, the country level identification. So you would have to get into to that, and you'd have to pull it out and maybe footnote it or something. So I think your way forward is very good. Thanks.
Thank you. I recognize Egypt. You have to answer.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Chair, and I'm terribly sorry for prolonging this discussion. I don't know why we want to weaken the language as was presented by the Secretariat. The deletion of this sentence actually, in my perception, makes it useless. This is a very factual and significant element that was mentioned, and I'm not bringing it from my intervention. If it was really my intervention that highlighted this issue, I wouldn't have stated it or asked to be included as one member state. But this is something, a fact that I'm taking from the Secretariat report. I don't know where the problem is. If really other member states have raised some issues that have other statistics reflected in the reports of the Secretariat, I don't mind at all reflecting them in the report. Thank you.
Thank you. We finished our work on A70/59. Any more papers to review?
We need to
in the process.
Can we circulate them? Can we circulate? We just need to ask.
Members of the committee and non-members, we are waiting to look at any further report in the pipeline that we need to review. Now we have so far done 4 papers. I suggest we continue to review the next paper, which is A70/62. It's on internal auditors, report of the internal audit. The report contains 5 paragraphs and 1 recommendation. I invite the committee and non-committee to comment on the report. New Zealand, sorry.
As I often would say at my office, it's good to go.
Thank you. If there's no comment, good to go. Done. Next paper, EB 141/2. One paragraph on evaluation annual report. I invite comment. I have read. I see no comment. Go. Next paper is 20/60. It's on asset contribution and have reviewed 13 member states. In paragraph 2 is perfectly correct. And I did not review the draft resolution, but I trust the integrity of the Secretariat. I invite comment. I see one comment. US, you have the floor.
Thanks, and I'm going to just nitpick, sorry, on paragraph. If you'll bear with me. I just think it should be very precise that contributions were paid that were sufficient to no longer be subject to Article 7. Is that correct? So, so the suggestion is the Secretariat stated 13 member states had paid, taking out that, sufficient contributions since document A7041 had been issued, and would, therefore, no longer be subject to Article 7. I know that's nitpicking, but and also the last sentence, if we could say the committee agreed. Thank you.
US, the committee agreed on which paragraph?
The same paragraph, the last sentence, the committee agreed that the relevant paragraphs of the draft resolution proposed. Blah, blah, blah.
Thank you, US. As if you are the lawyer. Thank you so much. If there's no further comment, we adopt this report with amendment as proposed by the US. Go. The last report is draft 70/61. It's on external report of the external auditor. It contains 5 paragraphs and 1 recommendation. I invite comment.
I recognize U.S. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The second paragraph could just be filled out a bit more, because I think that the committee welcomed the substantive recommendations in the external auditors report and noted with appreciation the high rate of implementation, and urged further work to ensure all recommendations were implemented in a timely manner or something like that. I just want to acknowledge in here, I think, and a number of member states did, the external auditors' recommendations, and it's just really not there. Thank you.
Thank you, U.S. Actually, on paragraph 2, in addition to the U.S. Amendment, there are two parts. The external audit has reviewed the implementation of the previous 2015, and we see very high implementation rate. Completed. And only 3 out of some 41 were ongoing. Second part, the external auditor, which is the Philippine Commission on Audit, recommend 23 recommendation. So that we urge, and I remember that we request ADG Han, you should accelerate implementation the 2016. Now we are on 2017. So if the report reflect into 2 parts, so the committee welcome the content of the report. And we note the 23 recommendations by the external auditors, and we urge, the committee urge rapid implementation. So that is the first part, the main core concern. Second, the committee also note with appreciation the very high implementation rate of the external audit recommendation in 2015. The term very high is that only 3 out of 41 recommendations were ongoing. The remaining has been completed. So that is the fact. And we have a thorough discussion on that. Thank you, U.S. If there's no further comment, a small point. Committee members, if you look at para 6, should it be a decision? Because we accept the report of the external auditor. Thank you. I see no further comments. Go. We have the last report just circulated, A70/64. It's on the overview of the WHO reform implementation. And the report contains 5 paragraphs and 1 recommendation at the end. I invite comment. USA, you have the floor.
Thank you. On paragraph 6, I think we need to reference, and this was your proposal, Chair, which was a very a good one, to have the consultant's report. So I think it was an addendum 1 document. I can't remember the number. I was looking for it. It was that specific report, as I think we agreed to. So if it can just be referenced. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one, New Zealand, you have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Under paragraph 2, it states at the moment, especially given the new leadership of the United Nations and WHO, we suggest that this should be amended to say, especially given the upcoming election of a new WHO Director General and the new leadership of the United Nations, and then continue with the remainder.
And in addition, in para 5, the last section, action on reducing the number of directly appointed staff, should be implemented in light of decision WHA 69.8. My recollection was that recommendation was actually about recruitment of regional directors through a competitive process, not the numbers. But, sorry, that's right, yeah, sorry, yeah, my mistake. Sauce for the goose is what I say. And we would support the use of a direct reference to the paper A70-50, add 1, the principles and action points in the annex should be brought forward.
Thank you. In that regard, I refer to para 1. It refers to this consultant report. At the end, one sentence said the report contains 10 recommendations. I would specify after 10 recommendations, there are 3 priorities and 27 actions or supporting actions. And what US refer to is A70/50 add 1. It should be reflected in para 6. And also our New Zealand comment is on para 2. We keep, given the new leadership of the UN and the upcoming election of the WHODG. And para 5, at the end, directly appointed staff should be implemented in the light of decision 69.8. This refers to ADG, right? Okay. In bracket ADG. Not RD, sorry. So that end of our review of the report, USA.
I'm sorry to take the floor again. I guess I actually have a bit of difficulty, like New Zealand did, with including that sentence, because it's, I think, getting ahead of the process. And so I just wonder if we might remove the last sentence in paragraph 5.
New Zealand would have no objection to that.
With that, we have one remaining report to go. It's still on the photocopy process. So we have a few minutes suspension of the meeting. We are almost there. We are better performed than what we planned. This is 4:30, 4:30. We have the last report, A7065. It's on proposed infrastructure funds, consolidating the real estate fund and IT fund. There are 5 paragraphs in the report and 1 recommendation. And the recommendation, we have para 3 bis, which is perfectly correct. We just have a fresh memory a while ago. Now I invite committee to comment on paragraph 1 to 5. Paragraph 5 is on the advisory committee on the renovation strategies, member state advisory committee, which only 2 regions have submitted their name. And that was not operationalized. So that is one of the concerns. At the end of paragraph 5, we should recommend some action. That means Secretariat should take further action on this, on the Member State Advisory Committee. Because the first part is on the problem statements. Then the action statement is that the committee urged the Secretariat to accelerate the operation of this advisory committee. So at the end of paragraph 5, so that is strengthen the text, not only raise the problem, but the committee has proposed recommendation. I hope committee member agree on that.
Chair, can you please propose what would be the wording? Because we just have a concern that the Secretariat cannot do more to make member states participate in a committee. So it should not be the Secretariat, it should be the member states who should nominate representatives.
Perhaps it's lost in the crack of somewhere. We may have to inform the RD and notify countries that they please submit a name. So there's opportunities that they meet in the regional committee. So I think it's a joint responsibility between the member state and the Secretariat. Please notify. I think the trigger part should be from the Secretariat to accelerate the process. I think it is in the vacuum for some times. If we notify and we remind. Further comments on the remaining paragraph? Switzerland, you have the floor, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think there was a substantive discussion on the potential danger of mixing the two elements of the fund, and I think it's not adequately reflected in the report. At least in my quick reading, I haven't found it. I mean, in para 2, one can read while maintaining them as separate sub-accounts within the infrastructure fund. But it doesn't really reflect the fact that member states have raised concerns about this risk that is also in the report, by the way. And I think that would be good if that was added to the report, to this report. And my other question is a little bit more important, I think, for us, because what I had understood, but I can be mistaken, I had understood that the proposed resolution, or now it's going to be, I think, a decision, would also include the fact that the reporting would also be separate. And I don't find that in 3 bis. So I don't know whether that was decided or not, because I can't remember it now. But as a matter of fact, we would like this to be in a potential in the decision. The sentence like and reported within the annual financial statements, the sub-accounts. Sorry if I'm not clear. So there's 2 things. First, the discussion, I don't see it, and the other one is that the decision, as it is proposed now, is not exactly what we would have preferred. Thanks.
On the second point, I'd like to ask the Secretariat who can respond on this. The Swiss delegation wished to see the report in the financial statement, annual financial statement. Will it reflect 2 sub-accounts, IT separate from real estate? Secretariat.
So I think it would be okay to agree to reflect the concerns raised about not mixing the 2 accounts on the discussion. But my understanding is that there was no decision about separate reporting.
No, my question is that in the financial statement, there are separation of the report. How much was the income and expenditure separate between the 2?
That's fine.
That will capture the concern. It's implicitly in their practice in the annual financial report. So that is your second point. Yes.
Thanks for giving me the floor again. Yes, that was indeed my concern. But I think we would have liked this to be explicitly in the decision point. If it's anyway...
It's in the second paragraph says separate sub-accounts will be maintained and reported.
Okay, sorry, it's my mistake. Sorry.
Thank you. If it is in the decision 2, that will nullify your concern, both first concern and the second concern.
Yes, sorry, I had just read 3 bis and not the amendment in para 2. Sorry.
Further comments from the committee and non-committee? I see no further comment. I would suggest that we accept this report without any amendment, because the Swiss concern was captured by para 2 of the decision already. I think we have accomplished our job of PBAC 26 session completely. If there is any further comments on the final comment, if not, I declare the closure of the meeting. Thank you so much.